Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the meeting of Development and Control B Committee. My name is Cathy Guthrie, and I'm the chairman today for some of the occasion, and it will be revealed shortly why in a minute. May I first of all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are muted when you're not speaking, that you do not interrupt the other speaker. Members are reminded not to use the messaging emojis chat function during the meeting unless it is to report a pecuniary, non-pecuniary interest or to notify the chair that you wish to make a proposal. Members are reminded they should not have alternative communication lines open, i.e. other team chats, and that if you are contacted by a third party during an application, you should bring this to the legal advisor's attention. That if you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Additionally, you will be invited to speak and ask questions by myself or the chair at the time, Councillor Humphreys. Please await your turn. We will not be using the hands up function except for declarations of interest, site visit requests, declarations of lobbying and questions for clarity. We will be using electronic voting for this meeting. If you're experiencing poor connection issues in the first instance, please turn off your camera. If this does not work, please turn off all incoming video. These options are under the 3 dots on the main information bar. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential and exempt items. To make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. So if we go on to introductions, please. Ian Dupre, our legal advisor. Are you there?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Robert Carmichael, Governance Officer.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you. John Pateman G and Gemma Walker, our Area Planning Managers. Are you both there?
Good morning. Yes, I'm here, John Pateman G. I will apologise for a lack of video. It unfortunately has overheated and decided to break down for this morning. I will see if I can reset it later, but I am here.
Thank you for that. And Gemma, are you there?
Yep. Good morning, Chair. Yes, I'm here as well.
Thank you. And Alex Scott, Case Officer, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you very much indeed. We will have ward members, but they are for later items, although I will be the ward member for the first 3 items, which I will just move on to very shortly. So can we move to the agenda, please? Apologies for absence and substitutions.
So, thank you, Chair. We have apologies this morning from Councillor James Carston, and Councillor Richard Mayer is substituting for him.
Thank you very much. To receive, do you wish to make a roll call? There isn't a note of it here, but we sometimes do. But I think we're all here. What would you like to do as the Governance Officer, please?
It's your discretion, Chair. We've checked that members are here on the modern.gov app,
Yes,
so
indeed.
I believe that is fine.
Right, lovely. Thank you very much indeed. To receive declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members. And are there any to declare? And you can use the hands up function. Thank you. Councillor Warboys.
Yes, I think this is a non-pecuniary interest. I'm the membership secretary for the Waveney branch of CAMRA, the Campaign for Real Ale. Debenham is in that area, so I probably have a non-pecuniary interest in items 7D and 7E, possibly 7B, but that's not in my area.
Ian, are you happy with that? Thank you.
Yes, indeed, Madam Chair. That's well. I think if it is an interest at all, it's a non-pecuniary interest. It's
exactly
declared out of a commendable wish to be thorough. But yes, indeed, no problem.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Declarations of lobbying. Are there any to declare?
Madam Chair, I've also got a non-pecuniary interest.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. I'm sorry, I hadn't seen that. I beg your pardon.
No problem, thank you. It's non-pecuniary interest, Gun Cotton Way. I'm a town councillor, also on the town planning committee, but it's outside of my ward, and therefore I don't feel it prevents me on voting.
Thank you for that information. Are there any more? I'll have a little look round. No. Right. So declarations of lobbying. As ward member, I'm entitled to receive lobbying from applicants and members, which I have, but that's as ward member. And yes, Councillor Mayo.
I received emails reference the anchor storage, DC 20049887.
Councillor War, thank you for that. Councillor Warboys. Did you get lobbying, Councillor Warboys? Anyone else? The hands up are getting a bit confusing for me here. Councillor Warboys?
Yes, I did. I've had some emails about the this is the land rear of the Six Bells, and also the one where we're it's the loss of employable space. Forgot the number. The first one. What was the first one on December?
Yeah,
DC 2004723.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, I did receive something on that as well. Anyone else?
Yes,
Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've received some emails lobbying on behalf of item C in Kenton.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, Councillor Gould here. Me also on the anchor storage Kenton application.
Thank you very much indeed. And anyone else?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councillor Mellon here. I've had emails regarding item B, the Felsham application.
Thank you very much indeed. And anyone else that we've missed? Yes, it's very confusing this. The hands up thing is disappearing. It just says 4, but you don't know who they are. So I really do apologise. Right, we're done on that. Any declarations of personal site visits, please? No, there appear to be none. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 3rd of March. Are there any points of accuracy to the minutes, please? Any hands up on that one? No? Right. Could I have a proposer, please?
Mike Norris, I'm happy to propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Norris. Oh, God. Sorry.
Councillor Humphrey is happy to second.
Thank you very much indeed. Can you conduct an electronic vote on that, please?
Please go to the modern.gov app for today's meeting, go on today's agenda and go to the plus sign in the top right hand corner. When you click on that, the subsection will come up of attendance and voting, and the vote will be shown in a light blue colour, which is now in progress. If members do have any difficulty, please let me know. Thank you, Chair. All votes have been received and the result of the voting is 7 votes for and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. At an appropriate time, I will sign those minutes. Do we have notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme, please?
Yes, Chair. We have received 1 relevant petition, which is associated with the item 7. I'll just get the reference number. Sorry. item 7B on our agenda, which is application DC 20-04572, land rear of 6 Bells Church Road, Felsham. And I will just read out the petition with its valid number of signatories. So 183 valid signatures have signed the supporting statement as follows. So, we the undersigned residents of Felsham urgently request that SCC Highways reconsider its decision to approve the developer's claim that Church Road would be a uniform width along the whole of the road, and thereby propose to put edge of carriageway markings at its widest section in front of the 6 Bells pub and its access to the application site, to enable the developer to justify that visibility displays are safe in order to get planning application approval. The proposed edge of carriageway markings will narrow the road to 5.5 metres, and with vehicles parked along this section of Church Road using the village community shop, visiting the church and its churchyard, patrons of the pub and nearby residents with no off-road parking, it will create a single file traffic system with nowhere to pull into as at present, and allow oncoming traffic to pass safely. The risk of a collision, personal injury or fatality this will create is significant, and therefore decision to approve this reduction of road width must be overturned and objected to on grounds of safety. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Now, the schedule of planning applications, there is a change to the order as listed in the agenda. We will now be dealing with them in the following order. DC 20-05595, which is the Angel in Debenham, followed by DC 20-05596, which also relates to the Angel Debenham. We would then deal with DC 20-04987, the Kenton Anchor Storage application, and followed by DC 20-04723, which is the site C and 3D south of Gun Cotton Way, Stowmarket, and finally DC 20-04572 Felsham. Right, with further ado, as the first 3 items are in my ward, I will relinquish the chair as required by the planning charter and invite the Vice Chair, Councillor Humphreys, to oversee the next 3 items. Councillor Humphreys, will you take the chair, please?
Thank you, Councillor Guthrie. Yes, I will take the chair, and we'll now go to item 7D, which is DC/20/05595, the Angel Inn, 5 High Street, Debenham. And I'll now invite the case officer, Alex Scott, to introduce the application to committee. Alex, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, if I can just try and present my presentation. And hopefully that's visible to all now, Chairman. And slideshow from beginning. That's working. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, as mentioned by the Chairman, this application. Sorry, this site has 2 applications relating. The first is item 7D in your papers, which refers to planning permission, and the second is item 7E, which refers to listed building consent. Now we'll take the application for planning permission, that's DC 20-05595 first, and this is an application for the change of use and extension of the existing Angel Inn pub in High Street, Debenham, to a 4-bedroom dwelling with a subsidiary amount of retail or office space at ground floor level. So that is the proposal. This first slide shows the location of Debenham within the district for the avoidance of doubt to all. This next slide shows the approximate location of the site within the village. And this is an aerial photograph of the site and surrounds. A list of or a planning constraints map. Now the site in question is, I can get my cursor up, is here. So the pub itself is grade 2 listed. Well, it does affect the setting of this building to the north or collection of buildings which are Grade 2 star listed, so of greater importance in the historic listing. And the site is within the Debenham conservation area, as indicated by this faint purple area here. The site is within the settlement boundary of the village, indicated by the solid blue line. Excuse me. And the blue area here indicates Environment Agency flood zone, flood zone 2 and 3, which there is a higher probability of flood risk. So those are the major constraints on the site. Now, this next slide is a extract from the neighbourhood plan, the Debenham neighbourhood plan, showing allocation proposals and planning constraints. And this next slide is zoomed in on that previous plan, and I've circled the site in yellow here. And this approximately relates to the constraints as previously shown on the first slide, within the settlement boundary indicated this green line, within the conservation area, this purple line. And a constraint specific to the neighbourhood plan is the retail core of the village and the relating policy, DEB 13, and that is indicated by this this purple area. And important to note that the site does lie outside of that that retail core as specified in the plan, and I've referred to that issue in the report. So hopefully that is clear what policies we should be applying. This next slide is the site location plan submitted with the application, indicating the site in red and all other land within the applicant's ownership and control edged in blue there. This is the site layout plan as proposed. So we have the existing pub here, the adjacent dwelling house, and High Street runs in this location. Access to the site is through an arched access way into a rear gravelled courtyard where there's existing turning and parking provision. And the proposed alterations you can see on this plan are a first floor rear extension to provide an additional bedroom, and a glazed lean-to extension, which would replace an existing flat roof extension, which is there. And I've got some photographs of that, which I'll come on to later. This is the ground floor plan as existing, the existing pub. So we can see the bar area, backstage areas, the kitchen, the conservatory, public toilets, and the dining room in this area, with stairs leading upstairs. And excuse me, as proposed, we have well, the majority of the ground floor is proposed to be converted and extended to the dwelling, to the 4-bedroom dwelling, and it would result in a loss of approximately 73% of the existing commercial floor space available at ground floor level. All that would remain would be this area here, which is proposed for retail or an office, as indicated on this plan, and that is land use Class E in the current classes order. Within the rear, existing gravel courtyard is proposed to be converted to a domestic garden with parking bays allocated for both the dwelling and the retail office space. And as set out in the report, your officers consider this is in accordance with existing county parking standards. This is the first floor plan as existing, showing the existing domestic space associated with the pub. So we have 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, and this is the historic gallery, which is referred to in the report and by the heritage officer specifically. And the floor plans as proposed. So we're a few internal alterations, a an ensuite bathroom to bedroom 1, more storage space, a doorway to be created in the external wall of the existing gallery, and the creation of a first floor extension to provide an additional bedroom, was referred to as bedroom 2 on this plan. And we have the rear elevation as existing. This is the adjacent dwelling here, and so the site in question relates to this area specifically. And we have the rear of the dwelling. This is the arched access to the gravel courtyard, and the historic gallery referred to in this location. And this is the modern flat roof extension, which is proposed to be altered as part of the application proposal. And here we have the proposed rear elevation. So the existing modern flat roof extension is proposed to be altered and extended with a glazed lean-to extension, and this is the 2-story element of the back. As you can see, a very contemporary design with the window design, and that would be black boarded, and slate roof is proposed in contrast to the render and the red tile of the existing pub. And then finally, existing and proposed side elevations. And as you can see, this is the modern 2-story extension. And importantly, the proposed roof structure would not adjoin the existing roof structure of the pub. It would stand alone somewhat, as referred to in the report, I believe. Onto some photographs. This is the front of the Angel, taken from High Street, and an alternative view there, looking back up towards the Grade 2 Star building in that location. And this is from the rear courtyard, showing the arched access, the existing modern flat roof extension here, and the historic gallery. And another view of that, stepping back, and then of the adjacent building to the opposite side there for your information. That concludes the presentation, Chair. Now, in terms of the recommendation, as set out in your papers, in the introduction section, an appeal against non-determination has been lodged by the applicant. Therefore, your officer's recommendation is to resolve putative reasons for refusal, upon which the council would defend the appeal. So the determination of the application is now rather in the planning inspectorate's hands rather than the local planning authority, and the recommendation is how we are to defend that appeal, if that's clear. Hopefully it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think it is. So we will move on to questions from members, and we'll go alphabetically on this just to keep it nice and clean. So, Councillor Gould, do you have any questions?
No questions from me, Chair.
Councillor Guthrie, I know you're a ward member. Do you have any questions?
Expecting that. No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, please, Chair. I'm just trying to get my head around the sequence of events here, and if the officer could just clarify this. So it was refused by committee previously in 2015 or 2016, and then the planning inspector allowed an appeal, but nothing has happened on that appeal or on the work, and now they're coming back again. Is that what happened?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Mellon. Yes, just to clarify, that previous application was for the conversion of the pub as was. So the pub was previously larger than it was, and that application related specifically to the subdivision to the house. Now that house is existing, as I've, or if I can go back to relevant slide just to illustrate that. Just bear with me a moment, please. So if that is showing for you, Councillor Mellon, that previous application related to this area of the building specifically. That is now a house. So we recommended refusal or we refused the application indeed as a council. That was then appealed, and our decision was overturned, and that development has now been carried out.
Okay, I've got you. Thanks for the clarification.
No problem.
Thank you. And moving on to Councillor Mayor, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. A question about, I believe the pub is now an asset of community value. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does that mean that the community have got, if it's sold, have got to be given first chance to purchase the property? If that's the case, how much weight can we put on that in planning terms?
I'll just jump in there. I'd like Mr. De Prez, please, to answer that on the community asset, please.
Yeah, very, very happy to, Chairman. Yeah, an asset of, so if it is registered as an asset of community value, what that means is that fact is a material consideration in a planning decision. However, the registration does not require the owner to sell to a community group or anybody else who wants to buy. They have every right to say, no, I'm not selling, or or I'm not selling to you, or whatever. It's just, it is a kind of, well, yes, that's all. I think that's all I need to say. I mean, I think I'm not being too controversial if I say that piece of legislation has not, I think a lot of people thought, I've met people over the last 5 or 10 years who thought it was free compulsory purchase, or at very least compulsory purchase if they had the money, and it isn't. So I don't know. I mean, that would be, that's the position. Alex may need to add something if he wishes to that.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarity. And Mr. G, would you like to jump in on that one?
Yes, so in terms of the process, the being registered means that, yes, essentially the public or community groups have an opportunity to come in terms of the sale of the property. In terms of material considerations for planning, the weight you give that is actually at the discretion of members. I would suggest that it demonstrates the community interest in the building, and of course in terms of policies of the past that are now guidance in terms of retention of public houses. One of the tests of retention of public houses is to understand the community will and in wanting to retain that asset, and I suppose you could argue that being registered is evidence of that will. But ultimately it is a different and separate process, but it is given material weight. We don't tend to give it a lot of material weight, but members do and can give it as much material weight as they so wish.
Thank you all for your comprehensive answers, and I think we've got a far better understanding of it now. Councillor Mayor.
Thank you very much. That's very useful. Thanks.
Councillor Norris, please. Councillor Norris, do you have any questions?
Sorry. Very on the go slow this morning, my laptop. No questions, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Stringer, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to a question on the timing. We have an appeal going on this, but as far as I can see, the dates, the last neighbourhood consultation expiry date was something around the 25th of February. So gathering it takes a couple of weeks to get something to committee. Can I just be appraised of the timing of the appeal? I take it the applicant has appealed almost the day after the day they could have done. Thank you.
Alex, please.
Yes, in terms of the timing, I mean, the applicant should appeal after the expiry date of the application, as I'm understanding. I may need to get Ian to clarify a little bit of this, but yes, I mean, the application, we're certainly beyond the initial end date for the application, the initial 8-week date. That was then extended by agreement between myself and the applicant for revised drawings in an attempt to satisfy heritage concerns. As it turned out, those didn't, but that's another issue really. But from my understanding, we are beyond the point of determination. Therefore, the applicant is within their rights to submit an application for non-determination, if I'm correct. Could I get Ian or John to?
May I just come in quickly on that one? So the expiry date of the application is the 26th of February. Unfortunately, I don't have to hand exactly when the appeal was made valid, but it would have had to be made valid after the 26th of February. So between the 26th and today, the appeal has been made valid. Not to try and elongate this conversation, but we have appeal in place and we have a recommendation that takes that into account, and that is what is before members today.
I'm happy with that, Chairman. I don't think you need me to add anything.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer, happy with the answer?
Yes, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, could I just come back to the asset of community value, material consideration? I understand that if the development, if it degrades the sort of commercial viability of a community asset, then that becomes a matter for more serious consideration. So we need to be aware of that long-term viability.
Alex.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. Yes, I mean it's certainly listed as a asset of community value. I've had that confirmed by our communities team as well. In terms of whether that would degrade the commercial viability long term, I think that's sort of a matter of fact and degree of where you are in the current climate, and yeah, I think I've said a little bit about this in the report. I mean, we have a viability assessment submitted with the application from the applicant, and a counter assessment by the steering group, the community steering group, and yeah, those have given different values as I've set out in the report. So yeah, I think it's just a matter of timing and fact and degree, and the climate one is in at the moment to how you would value that property. But I'm afraid I'm not an expert in valuation, Chair.
No problem at all. Thank you. Mr. Goldsmith, could you turn your camera off, please? I know it's easy sometimes. We select it on when we don't mean to. So if you could turn that off, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Okay, I'm now going to ask in fact, Mr. Goldsmith, yeah, if you could just turn your camera off. Thank you. I'll now ask the Parish Council representative, Jane Baldwin, to speak, please.
There, have you got me?
Yes, I have, and welcome, and thank you for attending. You've got 3 minutes to address the committee. Just
do my best.
When you're ready to start, it will be timed. Thank you.
Okay, ready?
Let's go.
In the 10 years since the current owners purchased the Angel Inn, it's gone through 11 planning applications and 8 appeals. What started with the loss of the beer garden has culminated in an application that will undoubtedly result in the total and irreversible loss of the only venue of its kind left in Debenham. The fateful application for change of use granted on appeal in 2016, which we all strongly opposed, never saw the promised community use delivered, which the applicant had assured. The resulting dwelling is currently on the market for £650,000. The new application for change of use of what's left of this once magnificent village pub and designated heritage asset is not a benign application and will prejudice any possibility of it remaining as a pub. There are no social, economic or environmental benefits associated with the proposal, and it would not result in sustainable development. It goes against an extensive number of national and local planning policies, is significantly weighted to residential with a small, inadequately serviced area and likely to attract a business occupier, and will not provide anywhere near, if at all, the level of employment it once did. There's no evidence that the establishment was marketed diligently or at a fair price. The independent valuation established a market value £100,000 below the market sale price. Accounts prove the pub was financially viable when the applicant closed it in 2019, and a number of approaches were made by investors, including the local community group, willing to purchase at a fair price and keep it running as a pub. The last approach was in January of this year. Debenham is a thriving core village and tourist destination, rich in retail facilities, self-employment, manufacturing, farming and top schools, with an award-winning neighbourhood plan that provides for considerable growth and development over the next 20 years. The loss of the cherry tree saw the Angel become the main community hub. 21 pages of testimony supported our successful ACV application and is evidence of the depth of feeling in the community. The loss of this last principal public house in the village would negatively impact the community's well-being in general, unnecessarily adding to feelings of isolation, exclusion and discrimination, impacting families and people with a physical disability or without transport. It would be detrimental to tourism and visitors and potentially affect the economic viability of our existing businesses. This past year has shown us all the importance and value of local amenities, assets, services and communities. The Angel Inn represents all four, and this village needs this much more than another 3 or 4 bedroomed house. We urge this committee to note the objections from over 110 residents, a community group, our council and your own officers, and refuse both applications. Please do not allow this financially driven proposal to eradicate 400 years of irreplaceable history, heritage and community value. Thank you.
The timing was perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go to questions from the members. This time we'll start with Councillor Warboys, please, and work our way up. Councillor Warboys. No questions.
No questions. Actually, excellent presentation. Thank you.
Councillor Stringer.
No questions, Chair.
Councillor Norris.
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Mayor.
Nothing, thank you.
Councillor Mellon.
No questions, thank you, very clear.
Okay, and Councillor Guthrie will come to you later anyway. So Councillor Gould, please.
Just a quick question prefaced by my thanks for what was a very clear presentation. And that is, you said this was the only pub remaining in Debenham. That's right, yes? So you're muted, I think.
It's the only principal pub. It's the largest pub in Debenham. The other one that remains is the Woolpack, which is small, no beer garden, and hasn't been operating under COVID because it can only fit 6 people in under COVID restrictions.
Sure. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. If you could turn your camera off, that would be fantastic. Thank you. I'll now ask an objector to speak, which is Mr. Alan Cushion. Mr. Cushion, please.
Yes, good morning. I presume you've got me okay?
Yeah, welcome to the meeting. Thank you for your attendance. You have 3 minutes to address the committee, and it will start as soon as you're ready.
Right, I am speaking on behalf of the Angel Community Bid Steering Group to object to this planning application. Aside from the heritage aspects of the building works, we believe there are 2 main issues regarding the applications. The change of use of a village pub to an alternative use should not be permitted unless 1, all reasonable efforts have been made to sell or let the property as a pub, and 2, it is shown to be not economically viable. The applicants have done neither of these. Our statement of objection included an independent professional valuation of the property's market value, which showed that the initial sale price was unrealistically high. The community group made an offer based on that valuation when the Angel came back onto the market in October 2019 after being under offer. At a realistic price, we would have certainly made an offer earlier, and perhaps there would have been more interest from other buyers as well. From the pub accounts that we submitted as part of our objection, you will see that when the pub was most recently trading, and even with the restrictions of a short lease, a beer tie, and the paying of a commercial rent to the owners, it was profitable for the landlady. No meaningful evidence to the contrary has been provided. In addition to the social benefits, the Angel employed the second highest number of people in the high street after the co-op. As Debenham is a growing key service centre, planning decisions should retain and guard against the unnecessary loss of valued and viable facilities and services. Prior to the formal process of setting up a community benefit society or similar, we have formed a group of some 60 members. We submitted with our objection a list of the members who have pledged money towards a bid for the property. From this base, a wider public offering with community loans, grants and other support, there is no doubt that a viable fundraising exercise would be possible. A village the size and importance of Debenham needs a pub at its heart, and the sheer number of people who have objected shows a clear desire from the community to see the Angel reopen. If granted, the application will mean the permanent loss of the last facility of this kind in the village, and one that has been serving the community for 500 years. If refused, the village can continue to engage with the owners to persuade them to sell to us or indeed anybody else, so the pub can reopen and continue serving the community. Thank you.
Thank you again, excellent timing. We'll use the hands up function, I think, for this, members, if you have any questions for the objector. Okay, we have no questions. Thank you for your attendance today, and if you could turn your video off, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you. I'm now going to, in fact, we don't have a supporter or the applicant or agent, so I'll now ask the ward member, Councillor Guthrie, to speak. Councillor Guthrie, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to put one or two things in perspective, I always write things, but the Angel, when it was split into two, it was, as they've described, made into a house one side, and there was a substantial part of the building left, which is what this is. And as we've heard from the people that have spoken already, there was a viability to that section. Now, Councillor Warboys asked about the viability going forward. Now, I don't want to get confused between the viability of the pub and the viability of this proposal, for which the officer said that there was a 73% reduction of business area with this proposal. So the viability of one room remaining might be Councillor Warboys' focus, or the viability as a pub. So I just wanted to clarify that so that people do understand that, as we've just heard, the pub, as run in a smaller fashion, was successful. So I don't want to repeat much of what the parish council or the objector has spoken about. However, the loss of the Angel Public House, which was downsized, brought distress to the community, and this application adds to that distress. Whilst one acknowledges there is a small public house, the Woolpack, there isn't a suitable family-sized public house or eatery in Debenham. When the original Angel was downsized and split into two, the applicant had cited their financial difficulties and the fact that the Cherry Tree Public House was on stream to be opened. In any event, that property is now a veterinary practice. That's the Cherry Tree. From the 2011 census, Debenham has approximately 1,007 households. And of course, the local and surrounding villages feed into Debenham for shopping, doctors, hairdressers and the like, and the odd pint of beer. Planning permission has been granted for 18 houses at one end of the village recently, and a further 54 will be applied for at the other end of the village, not to mention various infill housing which has been going on since the census. The smaller pub, still named the Angel, was run very successfully by 2 successive landladies, and we have heard how it was understood that the latter one was unable to continue due to possible restrictions and increased rent, which would prove unviable as the owners had moved into the adjoining property, which they have converted into a 4-bedroom property, and this was done on appeal, and that again was explained earlier. We've heard from the community there is an active group of people with appropriate funding who wish to purchase the pub and run it as a proper pub once again, and have applied for the successful listing in an asset of community value. And we've heard the reasons and what an asset of community value does, but indeed it demonstrates the will of the people. With the economic situation having been flawed by COVID, it is heartening there is such a groundswell of support to make this the real heart of Debenham and a resounding success once again. You are asked to determine if enough evidence has been provided to turn the remaining part of this once magnificent Grade 2 listed building into living accommodation with a small room for retail and replace the rear extension. I would ask you to take great regard to the Heritage Office's views. This is a significant Heritage Grade 2 listed building which needs to be saved from further denigration. The Economic Development team feel the small area for business would be unlikely to attract a business, let alone a viable one. The previous application, split the pub into 2, was refused by committee, and although agreed by an appeal inspector, he made particular reference to safeguarding the remainder of the attached property. I would also ask if the temporary partition that he referred to in item 11 has been satisfactorily resolved to building and heritage standards. It is sad that the applicants, although have engaged with the community, but they've decided not to have a positive outcome to run the Angel as the once centre of the village. I would ask you to look at the planning officer's assessment and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Guthrie. And we'll use the hands up function, please. Do we have any questions for ward member from members? Okay, there are no questions. Thank you, Councillor Guthrie. We'll now move to debate. I'm going to open this up for debate, and we'll do it alphabetically. So start with Councillor Gould, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have to say, I struggle to find any merit in this application. There's sort of 2 principal points I wanted to make. One is that this seems to be the reduction in the commercial area seems, well, might have the motive ascribed to it of creating a self-fulfilling prophecy, and that if you reduce the space by that much, that indeed it's not going to be very attractive to a commercial business. The second point, which is related, is about the value of the pub as a pub to the community. And I think if there is one thing that we have learned over the last 12 months or more, is how frequently pubs are cited as a much missed sort of community place where the community can gather. And I think it would be very sad if a settlement, an important settlement the size of Debenham, is left without a pub of this position in the village, and also this heritage and history. I think that would be very sad indeed. I think I'm right in saying that in terms of assets of community value, that actually pubs are the most frequently listed such asset. I stand to be corrected on that, but I think that that is the case. And I think that demonstrates the place that pubs play in a successful and cohesive community. And it would be very sad if this were lost. I say, I struggle to find any merit in this application, particularly placed in the planning history as described earlier on, which doesn't fill me or give me cause for any confidence at all about the intention motives that lie behind the application. So I won't have any difficulty in following the officer's advice on this. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving to Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, I don't have much to add to what Councillor Gold has said, really. We know that pubs are struggling and closing in many communities, but I would think that Debenham is a big enough place to support a viable public house as a business. It seems to me this is a speculative application which is seeking to monetise a community asset. There is not much merit in the proposals except for the applicant. So yes, I'm not keen on this either. I would be supporting the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor, please.
Chair, I really have nothing more to add. I'm not surprised the applicant isn't here, to be honest. We've heard some excellent presentations, all of which were very informative. They really did give us the information I think we need to support the officer's recommendation, and I'm happy to propose that we do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, we do have a proposer. I'm looking for a seconder. We will continue with debate, but would anybody like to second, please? Looks like Councillor Stringer.
Yes, Chair. More than happy to second this. Public houses do become quite a centres of communities, and if they're threatened in any way, you do tend to see communities get mobilised, which is precisely what we're seeing here. Our current policies about retentions of public houses, though, in villages do somewhat lack the ability to get the desired outcomes we wish. They almost become a race to the bottom, because we're not using that policy here, but we have a retentions of public house policy that seeks to preserve the last remaining one, which is fine, but we tend to find the last remaining one often is not the one that's most viable. I go to the appeal decision about viability, and the appeal inspector quite rightly suggested that the development in 2016 could go ahead and the pub still remain viable. And I see absolutely no evidence to suggest that this pub would not be viable if it were given half a chance, Chair. So looking at all of the documents I have before me, I will wholeheartedly support the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's continue with the, so we do have a proposal in a second. We'll continue with Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think it's pretty well all been said. I don't wish to repeat the comments of my colleagues, other than I will just refer to a couple of items in the report, which I think just about says it all. At the foot of page 357, the proposal would lead to the diminution of an established village facility, which may prejudice its longer-term future as a community and tourism asset and contribute to the rural economy. And on page 393, the proposal for the conversion is not supported by economic development. So I have no hesitation in supporting the recommendation to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys, please.
Yes, I think people have gone at that, some excellent presentations. I think there's a couple of points. I think Debenham's a very attractive village, and the street scene would be unaltered. But I think very often it's possible to look at the great two listed buildings just in terms of their external qualities. Here, it's the internal qualities that are very important, and it's the permanent changes to the ground floor will cause harm to the architectural and historic interest. These permanent changes to the ground floor, I think, also affect its viability as any kind of a commercial operation. reduction of, I think it was over 70% of the floor space, it just wouldn't be possible to function as a public house, and the cellarage wouldn't really work either for the bar. I think the presentations have already talked about the enormous value of this building as a pub in a vibrant community, and there's a quote somewhere I said the best thing to do with a pub is to keep it as a pub.
Thank you. I don't think we need to go to the second stage of debate unless you want to say anything else. Just raise your hand if that's the case, anyone. Okay, brilliant. So yeah, my own thoughts then. I thought the presentation by Jane Baldwin and Alan Cushion basically cemented everything that's within the recommendations for refusal. They were good presentations and certainly brought things to life. My point on this one is that this would be a total and irreversible loss of a community asset, i.e. a public house. And I don't think we can let that happen. It's a principal pub as well, which is really important to the community. So much so that the community actually put an offer in to buy it as a community asset. Now, obviously, and we've heard from the legal representative, there's no requirement for the actual owner of the building to sell it as such. That's entirely up to him. But it does demonstrate the community will, and I think that has got weight, of maintaining this as a public house. I think Councillor Gould is right on the reduction of 73% of that business use or commercial use. And actually, when you look at that office, which could be an office, its position within the residence, I guess, it's not really viable. But I'm not in that business, so it's just my perception of it. So don't be guided by that, but be guided by the NPPF. So it's quite clear, really, in para 84 and 92, as described within the recommendations for refusal, that where possible, we should maintain these public houses. And I think that's right. On the historic side of it, I do think that this does affect it. And it says there it's a medium risk. So therefore, for that reason, I'd refuse as well. So I'm with the proposer and the seconder on this one. And I'll probably, in fact, almost certainly be voting to refuse. I'll now ask the Chief Planning Officer, Area Planning Manager, to summarise the proposal on the table before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's. I'm not going to read the whole thing out because it's quite long. So your recommendation is to have punitive reasons for refusal on the basis that an appeal has come forward. So the recommendation therefore provides two reasons for that refusal on page 372 of your papers and 373. And essentially we are looking at the employment policies being offended and with reference to the Debenham Neighbour Plan, and the second part of the refusal is in respect of the historic significance and the harm being conducted in respect to this proposal. I could read it out word to word, but I think if you're okay, Chairman, I will leave it that it is as per paper.
Yeah, I think so. Everybody is happy with that, has got access to that proposal on page 372, 373. Please raise your hand if you haven't or can't read it. Yeah, then I'm happy. Thank you. Chief Planning Officer, Area Manager, yeah, thank you very much. I'll now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you could please go to the modern.gov app and go to today's agenda, and in the top right hand corner you will see the plus sign, and click on that, and then the subsection for voting will come up. The vote will be halfway down the screen and will be in a light blue colour. Thank you, Chair. All votes have now been received, and as detailed in the planning charter, the ward member cannot vote, so it is 7 votes for, which is a unanimous vote of members on the committee.
Thank you. That is carried as a refusal. We'll take a 5-minute break just to stretch your legs. So please, just 5 minutes, and if you come back in, where we'll look at item 7 Echo. Thank you. Welcome back, and we're now going to move on to agenda 7E, which is DC/20/05596, the Angel Inn, 5 High Street, Debenham, Stowmarket, Suffolk. And I'll now invite the case officer, Alex Scott, to introduce the application to the committee. Alex, please.
Thank you, Chairman. If I can again present my presentation. And again, hopefully everyone can see that. Start the slideshow from the beginning. Now, this is an application for listed building consent, item 7E, 7 Echo in the papers, application reference DC20/05596. And we're again at the Angel Inn, 5 High Street, Debenham, and the application seeks listed building consent for internal and external alterations and extensions in order to facilitate the change of use to a dwelling with the subsidiary retail and office space at ground floor level, as you previously considered in the planning application before this item. And just onto the presentation again, the site location of Debenham within the district, the location of the Angel approximately within the village, an aerial view of the site and area, the constraints map. So we're dealing with a grade 2 listed building, as indicated in orange here, and it affects the setting significance of a grade 2 star listed building, indicated in red here, immediately to the north, and the other planning constraints as well, and those of the neighbourhood plan similar, and as before, we're outside of the retail core as indicated in that plan. Again, we have the site location plan, area indicated in red, all other land in the applicant's ownership and control indicated in blue. This is the proposed site layout plan. So externally, what is proposed is a rebuilding of the existing modern single-storey flat roof extension to the rear, principally, and the erection of a first floor resultant 2-storey extension, modern character, to provide a bedroom primarily at first floor level, and then a glazed lean-to roof extension to the existing flat roof extension to the rear of the building beneath the historic gallery, as we've already seen. And this is the ground floor plan as existing, laid out as the pub, bar and dining room, and ancillary toilets and backstage kitchen and conservatory bin store. And the proposed ground floor plan, mostly that of a dwelling, living room, dining room, kitchen, and this area here, approximately 26% of the total ground floor area to be given over to retail or office space, as we've previously heard as well. And this area of the existing courtyard to be laid out as garden in association with the proposed dwelling, and the 4 parking spaces to be retained within that area. Again, in accordance with Suffolk advisory parking standards, we believe. And the first floor plan as existing. So we have the existing flat roof of the modern extension here. At first floor level, we have the historic gallery. It contains an existing bedroom. And we have existing kitchen facilities in this area, and 2 existing bedrooms and a bathroom in these areas. And the proposed alterations, looking at the erection of partitions to provide wardrobe space and ensuite bathroom to bedroom 1, the conversion of bedroom 3 to a I think that's a dressing room there, and the creation of a an access, an existing external wall of the historic gallery to access the proposed bedroom extension, the first floor extension to the building, and these areas to remain pretty much unaltered, as there's the 2 bedrooms and bathroom in this area. And the existing rear elevation showing the existing modern extension, which is proposed to be altered and extended. And we have here the contemporary designed 2-story element of the extension proposal and the glazed link, the glazed lean-to roof extension being most prevalent there. And the existing side elevation and proposed side elevation, again showing the 2-story element and its detachment from the historic roof space. And again, the photographs from High Street and the rear courtyard for you. And as set out in the report, we have again, excuse me, specifically for this application for listed building consent, the planning inspector have received a application for appeal against non-determination. So again, the officer recommendation is for members to agree putative reasons for refusal, upon which the council will defend the appeal, and those relate specifically to the alterations to the listed building, as we are just dealing with a application for listed building consent here as part of this particular application. Thank you, Chair. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Alex. We'll now move on to questions from members. Please use the hands up for this one. Who wants to go first? Okay, I can see no questions. Just give you a couple more seconds. In that case, we're going to move on to the Parish Council representative, which again is Jane Baldwin. Hello, Jane. Yeah, thank you.
This is the legal advisor. I can't see the lady's name amongst the attendees.
No. Thank you, Ian. I think it's fine. It's probably going to be very similar to the last one anyway. Yeah. So, okay. If everybody's happy, I am going to move on. Do we have the objector, which is Alan Cushion?
Yes, I am. I haven't prepared anything specific to do with the to this side of things, but I can just give you a couple of comments.
Yeah, again, you've got 3 minutes. We welcome your comments.
Okay, then just looking, the north side of the Angel is now up for sale, and looking at the sale brochure for that part of the building, it does not appear that they've retained the heritage aspects of the building. It's a very modern interior. Secondly, that as a pub, the features such as the huge Ingle Nook, which is in the current pub, with its witches' marks and other historic features, is available for the public to view. If the planning application goes ahead and it's turned into a residence, then obviously these features are lost, and there's no way that you can protect them for future generations. Lastly, the comment that's been made before, the best way to retain a historic building is in its original use, which for hundreds of years it's been a pub, and I feel it should stay that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, using the hands up function, do we have any questions for Mr. Cushion? Okay, there are no questions. Thank you for attending.
My pleasure.
Sadly, we don't have a supporter or the applicant or agent, so we'll now ask the ward member to speak, which is Councillor Guthrie. Councillor Guthrie, please.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Guthrie, before we go on, sorry, Mr. Carmichael, you'd like to say something?
That's just before your point. I was just going to say, because I have received from the parish council, they did send their statement through to me beforehand, and I believe that covered both points in what they said the first time round. So just to clarify that, I believe, before we moved on.
Thank you. As long as there's nothing additional in there, then I'm happy that we continue with Councillor Guthrie.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, really, the group saving the Angel and wanting to purchase it have said really all there is to say about this. And the heritage side of things, I did mention in my statement that I was wondering and worried whether a partition that had been put in place as a temporary partition, whether that's to sufficient building reg standards and the heritage satisfaction. And so on that basis, obviously, there is a query there, but that's all I wish to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions, again, using a hands up facility for Councillor Guthrie? Okay, there are no questions. We're now going to move to debate, and so I'll open up the item for debate, and we'll start with Councillor Warboys, please, and move away up alphabetically. Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think a lot of what we said about the previous application applies to this one. I think very concerned these are permanent changes to the interior of an historic building, and in turn these will affect its long-term commercial viability, to clarify, as a public house. So I would support the officer's recommendation to refuse the planning application.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I take it you're making a proposal or not?
I will put that as a proposal, yes.
Thank you. Can we have a seconder, please? Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just wanted to say just a few words, if I may. I'm happy to second this, but I'd like some guidance from the officers about actually including another reason for refusal. If you look under the recommendation at the bottom of paragraph 1, it says, furthermore, there are no public benefits associated with the proposal development which would outweigh the harm. Actually, there is a public disbenefit from approving this, i.e. the public will never be able to see the historic core of that building again and enjoy it as a community building. So actually, I agree with that statement, but I'd actually like to consider another statement that says, in fact, there is a public disbenefit from changing its fundamental use. And that is in heritage terms, because heritage just isn't about the fact that the beam is still there or the window is still there. For it to be part of the public consciousness, the public have to see it. So, frankly, I think I'd like that to be addressed within the conditions, if it possibly could, Chair. Apart from that, happily agree to second this.
Thank you for the proposal and the seconding. I'll ask Mr. Papenji to come in when he's ready.
This is unusual. I've not come across this idea before, if I'm perfectly honest. Does it cause a disadvantage? Yeah, I'm not denying there's a disadvantage. In fact, and I quite agree with the councillor when I read that recommendation, and considering what we've considered, I would definitely agree with the member in terms of the disadvantage. However, in terms of the NPPF and listed building legislation, we are needing to balance public benefit against the harm. What we're trying to identify here is the harm. Is denial of the public seeing the element of the listed building an element of harm? I would struggle with defending that, because, of course, the opposite argument would be that they could just close down the building and deny the public access within their own right. This is a commercial premises. It isn't a public park or something that has a right of access for the public that overrides all other issues. I'm not sure if Ian can help me out any further on that, but I would be probably very cautious to introduce that on the basis that the public right could be removed.
I think I entirely see the point through you, Mr. Chair. I entirely see John's point that it's we do come across this from time to time, that there is a situation where in real life the public very much appreciate a building, but in fact it's under private ownership, and if there is access to it, it could be stopped tomorrow, or things could be done to restrict the way in which the public even can see it sometimes. So I think that would I agree with I entirely get Councillor Stringer's point, but I would concur with John's caution.
Thank you, and I agree with all three of you actually, but I've just read the recommendation and it goes, furthermore, there are no public benefits associated with the proposed development which would outweigh the harm identified. I think it sort of captures it, but I do get your point, Councillor Stringer. It could be clearer, but it is where it is. I think there's enough in the recommendation, in my honest opinion, but we'll continue debate. Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, really, nothing further to add. I totally agree with the sentiments expressed by Councillor Warbyth, and I will be supporting the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Mayor?
Chair, no, not a lot to add, other than the harm to the building. I do struggle with the design. I struggle with the close boarding of the rest of the building's rendered. So now we've got a proposal for close boarding. That seems to be incongruous, and that is the harm that's identified by the heritage teams. So no, I see no public benefit, and I do see the harm they've identified. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not much to add. I mean, I think we have to weigh these proposals up carefully. But as the heritage officer has said, what is proposed will compromise the building's heritage value. It has impacts on the architectural character, and the proposed extension is incongruous and assertive. So, I mean, to me, it's a sort of pretty open and shut case. So I'd be certainly supporting refusal.
Thank you. Councillor Gould, please.
Thank you, Chair. As others have said, very little to add. I totally agree with the point being made by Councillor Stringer, and I understand the reasons why it can't be included. But it's a pity. But it doesn't mean that the point isn't right and valid. All this is done really is deepen my conviction that the previous decision we took was absolutely right, and whilst there is a point about responsibility for heritage, and while someone may own a building as an asset, in my view, they're also owning the responsibility to look after and preserve that heritage. And I have to say that responsibility hasn't been very obvious in either of these applications, but I shall be supporting the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's a need to go to the second round of debate. We do have a proposer and a seconder. My own thoughts, it's all about the heritage. It's all, in my opinion, captured pretty much in 3.5 of page 443, where it talks about the build, the minimal attachment to the main listed building, etc. So I think there's enough evidence in there on historical reasons to refuse it. So I will also be voting that way. I'll now ask the Chief Planning Officer to summarise the proposal on the table before we go to a vote, please.
Thank you. So the recommendation is on page 445 of your papers. It is for resolving to refuse listed building consent, and obviously the appeal has come forward, and so therefore these are the reasons that we would put on members' behalf for refusal and defending of that appeal. Essentially, the reason for refusal is laid out there in terms of we are saying that this would be harmful in respect of the important listed building character without public benefit to outweigh the harm that's been identified in the proposals for the extension and the various other works. And on that basis, we have sought to refuse it on policies FC 101, sorry, 1.1, CS5, HB1, HB3, HB4, and Debenham's policy on historical assets in terms of Debenham policy number 18, as well as various paragraphs of the NPPF in respect of the historic significance. And I will leave that with members. Thank you.
Sorry, I saw your hand up. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm, following the seconding from Councillor Stringer, that Councillor Stringer still did wish to second, following the guidance that he was seeking from Mr. Pateman GN officers.
Yeah, happy to go with the guidance, if not slightly disappointed.
Thank you, Councillor. Chair, if you're happy, I will conduct the electronic vote.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. So if members could please go to the modern.gov app in their system, and please go to today's agenda, and go to the plus sign in the top right hand corner, and click on the plus sign and go to the subsection on voting/attendance. The vote is now in progress and is showed in a light blue colour, and it will be quite near the bottom of the page, so you may need to scroll down. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. All votes have now been received, and as before, taking out Councillor Guthrie's vote as the board member, as she is not allowed to vote under the planning charter, that is 7 votes for, so is unanimous.
Thank you. That is carried. Refusal. Before we move to 7C, again, we'll take a 5-minute stretch just so we can sort everything out in preparation of that agenda point. We'll see you back in 5 minutes. Welcome back. We're now going to move on to agenda 7C, which is DC/20, 04987, Anchor Storage, I Road, Kenton, Stowmarket. Before we do that, Mr. Pateman, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a bit of clarification in respect to the report before members. Just looking at page 247 and paragraphs 4.3 and 4.4, it comes across potentially that there's the implication that the NPPF is part of the local plan, part of the development plan. Just to make sure we're very clear here that the NPPF is obviously not part of the development plan. It is a significant material consideration that we give material weight to. But it's just the way that those two paragraphs are worded. We didn't want there to be a misunderstanding that could be picked up later. So on that basis, I'm sure members are very aware, but the NPPF is not the part of the development plan policies before you. It is a material and separate consideration. I hope that it's just a technical matter we needed to raise. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for the clarity. Okay, I'll now ask the case officer, which again is Alex Scott, to introduce the application to the committee. Alex.
Thank you, Chair, and yes, apologies for members. I did draft those sections of the paragraph, so apologies that wasn't that clear, but thank you to the area planning manager for clarifying that. Right, if I can just get my presentation up. Hopefully that is now showing, and I'll begin the slideshow presentation. So this is item 7C in the papers, application reference DC20-04987 at Anchor Storage, I Road in Kenton. And the application seeks outline planning permission with matters of access to be considered for the erection of up to 32 dwellings, following demolition of the existing storage buildings. Now, as set out in your papers, this application follows a similar proposal, which was considered and refused by committee in February 2020. And I'll come on to some of the comparisons in the presentation a bit further on. And for the avoidance of doubt, this is the location of Kenton within the district, the location of the site, the approximate location of the site within the parish, an aerial view of the site and area. So we have Anchor Storage here and the existing buildings, and excuse me, and some adjacent industrial and farm buildings to the south, the main body of the village extending away from the site to the northwest. And this is a closer view, and the planning constraints. So we are outside of the settlement boundary as delineated in the both the existing and the emerging development plans, which commences approximately here. And the site is shown as being potentially contaminated, so some attention to land contamination assessment and mediation is likely necessary as part of the proposal, and conditions attached if we're wanted to approve. The site affects the setting of a Grade 2 listed building, Sycamore Farm, to the south of the site. A public right-of-way, public footpath, runs through the site, connecting into the existing network across the fields to the east. And part of the site lies within Environment Agency flood zones 2 and 3, as indicated on our constraints maps. And so those are the principal constraints. And this is an excerpt from the emerging joint local plan, which shows Kenton as a hamlet settlement. And you may be able to see the proposed settlement boundary in the plan, and the site lies outside of that plan. Again, the flood zone indicated, taking in a little bit of the back of the site there. So the emerging plan, bit of information of direction of travel, identified as a hamlet, meaning unsuited for large development, but could potentially accommodate some infill development for residential. And these maps show pedestrian connections and links to Debenham, the nearest larger settlement, by road, this side, and pedestrian connections that side. This is the site location plan provided with the application, and the indicative layout. So the proposed means of access would be via the existing commercial access to the site, and we have the 32 dwellings indicatively shown as matters of layout, landscaping, scale, and appearance are presently reserved. We're only considering detailed matters of access and principle, indeed, as part of this outline application, to be clear. And the rear of the site is shown to be given over to public open space, which would double and include for a flood risk attenuation basin, a surface water drainage attenuation basin. But as set out in the report, there are some question marks about the excuse me, proposed location of that basin, as it would fall within the flood risk area, the flood risk areas 2 and 3, as identified on the constraints plan and by the Environment Agency. And this is just a closer view of the layout, indicative, and the surface water drainage plan provided with the application. But as you'll see in the report, some question marks have been raised about how fit for purpose this plan would be by the Suffolk County Council lead local flood authority. And for comparison, we have the layout as previously considered and refused, reference DC 1945-53. That was in February 2020, and compared to the current indicative layout, as you can see, pretty similar, just with less in terms of bunding screening to the south, with additional access proposed along there, but pretty much the same there. As per your officer recommendation, 9 reasons for refusal are given, as set out in the report: unsustainable location, loss of employment land, insufficient flood risk information, no on-site affordable housing proposed, harm to the setting of the listed building, insufficient ecology information provided, insufficient noise assessment with concern to the future amenities of future occupants in relation to commercial activities immediately to the south. And we believe the application has failed to demonstrate a high standard of design can be achieved with relation to those potential noise and disturbance impacts and the location of the drainage basin, which has yet to be confirmed by the applicant and our consortees. That concludes the presentation. Hopefully the recommendation is clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alex. Very clear. So let's move to questions from members, please. If you use the hands up facility, and I'll go through as your hands come up. Okay, Councillor Warboys, please.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a little about the flood zone assessment. The Environment Agency says it does not take into account climate change data. So the Environment Agency has not had enough information. I just want to confirm that the maps you use in the slide and on the local plan do take into account climate change data, or should there be a further line on that showing further extensive flooding?
Alex, please.
Yes, indeed. Now, as I understand, our constraints maps, as I presented to you there, do not fully take into account in the event of climate change adding to that flood risk. And one of the reasons for refusal, I believe, reason 4, is requesting further information from the applicant in order to demonstrate that. And yes, we need that additional information from the applicant in order to be suitably informed, as would our consultees, the Environment Agency, local lead flood authority. So we have a better informed. We have the information we need to make a more reasonable view on the proposed layout and where the attenuation basin is gone. But yes, in answer to your question, Councillor Warboys, those flood maps, I do not believe take fully into account that. But John Payman G, yes.
Thank
please.
you.
Yes.
The maps we have shown are the actual zones of flood zone 1 and 2. Sorry, 2 and 3. Ultimately, climate change maps layered on top, and there are various layers because climate change is taken within different year groups, and so there would be multiple layers needing to be added on top, which actually visually would make it quite confusing because you'd need to go through one to the other. And it's obviously the climate change in itself doesn't, in the modelling that the Environment Agency does and so on, doesn't always necessarily mean certain maps expand significantly. There are different variations of what that may mean. However, for the purposes of this exercise, the basic layer map, which is what we've got in respect of flood zone 2 and 3, adequately shows members, in our opinion, that the part of the site will be within the flood zone, and that part of the site that is in the flood zone is the area they're indicating for an attenuation basin. Now, there's a couple of question marks around that, as Alex has detailed, because how can an attenuation surface water drainage system work effectively if you have a flood event occurring at the same time? Now, the question is, this is an outline, we can deal with that later. Well, not quite, because if you have to move the attenuation basin up into the site, will it then work? How will that affect the layout? Can you, in principle, squeeze X many houses onto this site with that kind of constraint? And in this case, there are other constraints that Alex has detailed, not least its association with the business next door, the continuation of that business. So there's a lot of constraints here that really questions the principle of a possible layout that is demonstrated. And indicatively, certainly the layout presented to us today doesn't demonstrate good quality design and layout because of those constraints, but we haven't had nothing given to us that would otherwise demonstrate this number could be achieved successfully in principle against those constraints. So it's a combination of those considerations, but going back to the point, no, climate change isn't on there, and we're not going to, I don't think we need to dwell on this, but climate change probably would mean it looks a little worse than it is, most likely, but for the purposes of our exercise, we're happy and content that flood zone 2 and 3 are clearly shown as conflict in the context of this application.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to the officers for the clarity. There are no other hands up, so we are going to move now to the Parish Council representative, which is Mr. Chris Goldsmith. Mr. Goldsmith.
Hi there.
Good morning. You have 3 minutes to address the committee. Will be timed, and thank you for your attendance.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd like to cover off an issue around transparency in the meeting held. The previous application, a formal invitation was applied to the applicant, and it was within the agenda that he was attending. At the last application,
A letter was delivered to all the households in the village. The applicant was approached to read changes to the application to solution the refusal notice that was issued. They responded back with the information on the changes. A virtual meeting was called via posters and an email to the village, and the agenda did not include the applicant to speak at the meeting. No formal invitation was offered to the applicant. On the evening of the meeting, the applicant joined. He is not a resident or on the register of voters. He said that he wanted to address the meeting, and if I look at NALC legal topic 6, this was not as a non-resident.
Mr. Goldsmith, can I just jump in? Are we talking about a parish council meeting here, or are we
a
talking about
parish meeting?
Right. Okay. Is it relevant to what we're doing right now?
I believe so, because I want to be transparent with this.
Okay. All right. I'll let you continue, and we'll just add on 20 seconds, please, Robert. Thank you.
All right. The applicant was asked to leave, and no participant at the meeting actually spoke for the person to stay. I will move off now into the main information. It is correct that, and we agree, Kenton is a hamlet. There are 89 houses in Kenton, and these 32 now would increase the houses by 36%, which is a substantial number to increase by. If we look into transport, the application cites a daily bus service to Stowmarket. There is no daily bus service to Stowmarket. The only bus service that exists is via the High Suffolk community bus, and that runs a service every Thursday and sporadically to elsewhere, which does service Kenton. If we look at a previous application that came into the village in the last few weeks, which is heard by a planning committee, it was for Little Owls on I Road. There was a refusal of permission for that, and part of the refusal reads the provision of a new dwelling in this countryside location away from essential facilities would involve reliance on the private motor car with no benefits resulted from other strands of sustainable development to outweigh the harm created. In this application, we've got 32 new houses. And
Mr. Goldsmith, I'm going to ask you to summarise. We are at 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And so for that reason, there are 32 reasons based on that previous application to refuse, and that we seek that the council supports the refusal as suggested. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Apologies, Chair, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. It's a sticky button. So we'll move on to questions for the parish council representative. Use the hands up facility, please, if you have any questions. Okay, they're on. Mr. Goldsmith, thank you very much for your attendance today. If you could turn your microphone off when you finished, and also your video. Thank you. Okay, we don't have an objector or supporter, so I'll ask the agent and applicant to speak, Mr. Philip Cobbold and Stephen Britt. Gentlemen, you have 3 minutes to address the committee. Please let me know when you're about to start.
I'm ready, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. The following comments refer directly to the committee report recommending refusal of this application. The site is no more remote from local services and public transport than the Crown Chicken Factory site at Weybridge, where the council recently granted planning permission for 80 dwellings. The officer's report for that application states, and I quote, "The 2.5 mile drive to the nearest services and public transport at Harleston was an acceptable distance. Kenton to Debenham is the same distance as Weybridge to Harleston. Consequently, if the redevelopment of the Crown's chicken site at Weybridge for housing is considered to be a sustainable location, then the same must apply to the anchor storage site. The removal of modern HGVs from unsuitable rural roads and the provision of affordable housing or a commuted sum represent significant public benefits. No development is to take place on the small part of the site that is within flood zone 2, which, in living memory, has never been anywhere near flooding and is 15 metres, that's 50 feet, above the drainage ditch level at the southern end of Kenton. Surface water drainage is a matter which can be dealt with by way of planning condition. The council's policies which protect employment land are out of step with the government's planning policies and objectives. This is illustrated by the changes to permitted development which enable offices to be converted to dwellings without planning permission. The affordable housing contribution will be a commuted sum rather than on-site provision. When the previous application was considered by the committee, councillors suggested that affordable housing should not be approved in areas without public transport. The commuted sum can be controlled by a Section 106 obligation. The replacement of large and ugly warehouses with well-designed housing will enhance the setting of the adjacent, listed and almost derelict Sycamore farmhouse. There has been no change in the ecology report since the ecology report was produced. All the buildings at the site are still in use. Nothing has changed which would encourage wildlife onto the site. Future occupants of the dwellings would not be affected by noise or disturbance from adjoining land uses, as the fields to the north and east and the redundant agricultural buildings to the south are all part of Sycamore Farm. In summary, I feel very let down by the Babe and Mid Suffolk Planning Department, as it was only through their initial contact and their keen interest in our brownfield site for housing that we are here now. In short, I feel both their former senior planning officer and their economic development officer have misled us. We have spent nearly £50,000 on this project to date. This includes over £10,000 in your planning fees alone and a further £10,000 during the last year in various fees and surveys for this resubmission. Finally, not only did the local parish meeting twice vote in favour of the development, but this housing provision is precisely what the government and Prime Minister were wanting when their Build, Build, Build initiative was announced last year. Thank you for your time today. I or my agent are happy to answer any technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Britt, for your presentation. We will move on to questions from councillors, so please use the hands up facility to let me know if you want to ask a question. There are no questions. Mr. Britt, thank you for attending. If you could please turn off your microphone and your video, and we'll continue with the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask the ward member to speak, which again is Councillor Guthrie. Councillor Guthrie, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. The business of anchor storage has been running for many years, and as we've seen, the site is quite large with storage facilities adjacent to other farm buildings on one side and a ribbon development of houses on the other. There are numerous statements and letters from the applicant and agent as to why this site was originally put forward in a call for sites. That in itself does not give planning permission, just the opportunity to look and see if the site is suitable for development. Times have moved on. In any event, through debate and conversations at Mid Suffolk District Council with the policy team, this site and others in Kenton were deemed to be unsuitable for development. The joint local plan, which admittedly is at Reg 19 stage, does not include this site, and even before the application was put forward, the information that the site was not suitable was clearly available. The joint local plan is designating Kenton Hamlet status, which allows small-scale infill growth. Reading all the evidence, and recent evidence from both the applicant and the agent, I do understand their anxieties and frustrations over where we are now. I believe it was intended to relocate the business, but at present we don't have any evidence of this, but maybe that's not a planning reason. At a recent meeting of the parish council, discussions took place, and whilst there were one or two who felt houses available for local workers would be beneficial, the majority voted against the proposal of such a large housing estate in this rural location. I don't wish to take each part of the application and dissect it, and Alex has summed up all the reasoning as to why this application should be refused. The site itself is embedded in our rural community, and the road to Debenham is, as pointed out by the applicant, 2.3 miles away. It is a tortuous, narrow, unlit route with no footpaths or verges to speak of, and there is only one bus a week. I do understand there are lorries coming down there, and obviously, if the housing estate was built, the lorries would be reduced. We have a 7.67 land supply, and try as I might, I cannot see a good and positive reason to recommend an urban housing estate in this rural location. I do see that the applicant has the opportunity to go to appeal should members be minded to be refused. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on. I just want to go back one actually to the applicant's comments, and I'm going to ask Alex. Really, I noticed it was muted that that pre-advice was sought, but yet on the application pre-application advice it says no. I'd like to just clarify that, please, Alex.
Yes, Chair. On this particular application, no pre-application advice was sought.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to questions for the ward member. So hands up, please, if you wish to ask any questions. There are no questions. Thank you, Councillor Guthrie.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to debate, and I'll open up this item for debate. This time we'll go alphabetical, so we'll start with Councillor Gall, please.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I find the officer report very clear, and I also value the comments made by Councillor Guthrie, which I thought were very reasoned and balanced. I've little to say about this. I find the reasons for refusal adequate and convincing, and that's all I've really got to say about this. The reasons for refusal seem absolutely right to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I know this village quite well. I go through it occasionally, and I know the site. But if a site is in commercial usage, it to me doesn't fit really the idea of a brownfield site. It's not a redundant site if it's currently being used. But the other thing is just to look at all the statutory and internal consultees. I've never seen, I don't think, so many either holding objections or concerns about an application. I think we've got 8 or 9 amongst all the different departments and statutory consultees. I mean, you know, we see these applications regularly with perhaps 1 or 2. I don't think I've ever seen that many before, and that does really sort of ring alarm bells for me. So I'm certainly not very much in favour of this proposal, but I'll listen to the other members and the debate.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Mayor, please.
Thanks, Chair. I think the officer's report is very clear, and I tend to agree with him. Is it sustainable? Well, it's certainly a fairly remote location. It's in a hamlet, you know, a hamlet that has largely linear development. It is sort of incongruous then to dump a housing estate on top of that. I don't think that is justifiable. And whilst the benefits, you know, some of the large buildings will be removed, many of the large buildings would remain, and hence would that change the landscape very much? I wouldn't have thought so, but introducing a very urban designed development would certainly change the landscape. So again, I'm you know, against that. Councillor Mullen has already raised the large number of holding objections. Drainage seems to be an issue. So there is an awful lot, I think, going against this development, and it is, rather concerning when you see a planning application come forward and then an additional planning application, and the changes seem to be rather limited. So no, I don't see the merits in this development, and unless one of the councillors brings up some points I've missed, I will be, I think, supporting the officer's objections, but I will listen to the rest of the debate with interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Norris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the comment about the number of holding objections from consultees. And I don't think this application has a great deal going for it, actually. It seems to be in a totally unsustainable location requiring the use of a car. We've heard there's no footpath on the local roads. The bus service only comes on Thursday of each week. There doesn't seem to be a proven need for housing in this particular area as such. There's no affordable housing proposed in the application. The entire loss of employment land. There doesn't seem to be an up-to-date ecological report. There is a question about flood risk. So I really, at the moment, feel very much inclined not to support the application. So at this point, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stringer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was part of the decision-making process in February 2020 when we looked at a similar application to this one, the previous one. Within all of these issues, I always try and find where I can agree with people. And I agree with the applicant and agent on certainly one issue, and that's the one of affordable housing. If you don't have a housing needs survey in a very rural location, it could be very socially isolating and damaging to then put affordable and social housing in that location, because you are basically cutting people off without a support network, and that can be deeply damaging socially, economically as well. And actually, that is the true definition of unsustainable development. So I agree with one part with the agent that if this were to go ahead, we should seek a commuted sum to deliver affordable housing elsewhere in mid-Suffolk or in this area. I have to say, after that agreement, I then fundamentally disagree with everything basically now about this application. I have to say I'm totally disappointed that the comments made at the previous refusal have just been basically ignored. We've got the same application again. And to keep doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result is actually the definition of madness. I was expecting to see either a smaller number of possibly even bigger, more luxurious homes here, very ecologically built and sustainably built, something that would lessen the number, lessen the impact, but actually up the profit for the developer. I was expecting that, didn't get it. I was perhaps expecting live-work units. They're becoming incredibly popular elsewhere, where our economic development team could be supporting this, where you've got quite large luxury homes with a business attached to them. That's the sort of thing we should be looking at in these unique circumstances. So I have to say, Chair, I'll be voting against this again. It is with a very heavy heart, because I think there's a scheme here that could work, but frankly, this one is still not it.
Thank you. Councillor Warboys, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was listening with interest to Councillor Stringer's remarks, in that it with some positive proposals for this site, in particular the live-work units, which I think would bridge the gap between the loss of employment space and housing development. In another context, I think I'd be favourable towards developing a brownfield site as housing. However, as is indicated by the fact we're looking for commutated sums for affordable housing, this is an unsustainable site. It's excessive for the settlement, 36% increase. There's no apparent need for housing on that sort of scale within a hamlet such as Kenton. And Councillor Mellor has already drawn attention to the number of holding objections from our statutory consultees. I'm particularly concerned about the attenuation basin being within a flood zone. It seems counterproductive to me. So I think I would support the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. We will move to the second round of debate unless somebody would like to start with proposal. Then let's move back into debate. Councillor Gould, please.
Nothing to add from me. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mellon?
I don't think I have much to add, but I'm happy to propose refusal on the lines of the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Mellon, thank you. We do have a proposal. I'm seeking a seconder, please.
Chair, I'm happy to second the proposal.
Councillor Mayor, thank you. Use the hands up facilities. Does anybody else want to continue debate? No. Okay, I think we're pretty much there. We do have a proposer, we do have a seconder. My own thoughts on this pretty much agree with all the previous members. Key bit being sustainability, land contamination, the loss of employment land, the attenuation basin being within a flood zone, and as Councillor Stringer put it, there is no change from the previous one. Very, very little change. For all those reasons, I'll be voting against this. So therefore, we will move to the vote once the area planning manager summarised the proposal. No need to read out the recommendations. There are huge amounts of them, and I think we've all read them fully. Thank you.
Yes, I must admit, I do feel like I'm not quite doing my job today, and I'm sort of faced with 9 reasons for refusal here. So essentially, there was no change to the recommendation that was discussed. So what is before members is as page 257 and 258. Does it go further than that? And indeed 259. And in summary, there are both technical and subjective reasons for refusal contained within your papers. So there are technical issues in terms of the affordable housing and lack of ecology and so on, but also ultimately we have the subjective reasons in terms of the definition of harm to listed buildings and the principle of the development in terms of its sustainability credentials. I will say no more. I think I'll leave it there. They are as your papers, and that is thank you very much. That's the recommendation going forward.
Thank you. Therefore, I'll ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. If members could please go to their modern.gov app and go to today's agenda and click the plus sign in the top right hand corner. This will bring out the subsection on voting/attendance. If you click on that, it will take you to the vote, which is currently in progress and shown as a light blue colour. It will be about halfway down the page. Waiting for one more vote, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, the app's gone wrong again. It does this every meeting, I have to say. I'll be voting for the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Robert, you happy with that recorded vote?
Yep, that is absolutely fine, Chair. So I can confirm after taking Councillor Stringer's vote verbally and also as per the previous 2 items, Councillor Guthrie will not vote as the ward member, that it is 7 votes for, which makes it unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. That is carried. We're now going to change the chair of the meeting. I'm going to hand back to Councillor Cathy Guthrie, who will now become the chair of the meeting. Councillor Guthrie.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Humphreys. Thank you for your chairing of that. And we move on, if we may, please. Can I just confirm with Robert that we have Councillor Carter and Councillor Muller ready and waiting, listening, and any speakers for this next application?
Yes, Chair. If I just run through, I believe I've contacted Councillor Carter, who I believe is here. If Councillor Carter, if you are here, could you just please let us know? Because I can't get the participants' pane up at the second.
I raised my hand. I don't know.
Oh, brilliant. Sorry, I didn't see that though, Councillor, but thank you. We've got also. Let me just check. Councillor Muller.
I'm present. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant.
Robert.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. And we've got Laura Dudley-Smith as the applicant, sorry, the agent, and Alex Zerowski as the applicant. So we are all here to commence, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. In that case, then, can I ask Gemma to present the case, please, which is full planning application, residential development of 141 dwellings, 49 affordable, with associated access, landscaping, amenity space and parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. Hopefully that's come up now. Thank you, Councillor Guthrie. That's, as you said, application here for 141 dwellings. This is site 3C and 3D south of Gun Cotton Way in Stowmarket. You may remember this came before you on the 3rd March and was deferred. So I'll run through some things briefly and pick up on the reason for deferral, but just to clarify. So this is the approximate location of the site, just in Stowmarket, close to the A14. And zooming in slightly, there we can see we've got existing areas of Cedars Park to the north, Tesco's here, and if I go down one more slide, you can just see we've got the A14 to the north, and this is the A1120. So 2 areas of the site, both previously have got planning permission, that's extant. So area 3C has got extant consent for 68 dwellings, and 3D has got consent for the commercial, which is now outside of this application site because that's been commenced and indeed operating in several cases, and also has consent for 48 dwellings on, so that would be 116. So we're looking at an additional 25 as part of this application. Constraints wise, we've got a footpath running through the site and around, but that's essentially the main points on that one. So, as mentioned, this was deferred from committee previously, with the reason being to explore the potential provision of a local equipped area for play. This area centrally through the site is a biodiversity and SUDS area that had been implemented following the partial implementation of Area 3D. So that isn't somewhere that we've been able to do anything, but we can just see in here there was a further area of the SUDS that was able to be used for the play space, but still operate as the SUDS. I'll come to that in a little bit more detail in a moment, but just so essentially to say that following that deferral, we have been able to include a play area on the site. So just to run through, this is the existing consents. So we've got the commercial area to the far right hand side, the various consents, dwellings on site, one site and the other. Sorry, it doesn't quite join up, but hopefully it gives you a flavour of what was previously consented. And as I said, is in fact extant on both sites. Just some previous issues that we had also picked up before, so just wanted to run through them hopefully today to help answer those questions from previously. The site does include some triple parking, which is obviously something we've not been keen on and wanted to avoid in accordance with the Suffolk parking guidance. But in those cases where there is triple parking, it's in excess of standards, so they're an additional space, so it's not considered unacceptable in that regard. I believe there was a query previously about refuse and bin storage. So to confirm that we do have a plan that shows adequate turning areas and also presentation areas and collection points. That's been confirmed with Waste Services, who have confirmed that that is acceptable. And then just to revisit the site layout plan, as I mentioned, this is the area in here that we were looking at for the play area that was required. So to zoom in on that area, what we've got is a bound pathway that offers various opportunities for scooter riding, running, that kind of thing, for a small area. Then we've got the equipped play area, so we've got natural boulders, we've got a log climbing area, we've got a slide, and there's also a swing. So that's what's been proposed in there. And then we've also got this sort of loop around a wildflower meadow in the area, so it includes a lot of natural plantings around as well. And then we've been provided with this by the developers that gives you probably a clearer idea than the plan does of what we've got. So you can see with the entrance there, the bound pathway, the various play equipments, and just in front of us, the sort of small wildflower meadow area that would also have a loop of mown grass to offer access around there as well. Just to pick up briefly on the elevations, I wasn't proposing to run through all of the elevations for members because they are quite extensive, but they are in your bundles, and obviously if there's anything specific you wanted to look at, more than happy to do so, but just to briefly run through. So this is the elevation A on the top of the row, showing that essentially through the centre of the side looking across onto this area, and elevation B again through the centre of that site. Street elevations C and D, so now we're through the centre of this area of the site, and then again at the bottom looking across that edge of the site. And finally, this is essentially part of the frontage onto Gun Cotton Way. Just to again briefly run through the photos, appreciating that we did do this previously, but I'll be brief, but if anybody wants anything further, feel free to ask. So this is looking along Gun Cotton Way, and we can see the existing commercial development to our left, and Tesco's would be to our right. And coming down again, with the commercial development on our left and Tesco's to our right. Coming down again, so this is the roundabout part of the entrance to the site, and looking back up Gun Cotton Way. And again, from that roundabout, looking up towards Cedars Park on our right, and on our left, the development site. This is the existing entrance that's been commenced on part of the site. And looking across, again, the site. And again, some further extant works having taken place. This is the footpath that runs through essentially the centre of the site. And then looking back up, this is the area where, as I mentioned, that wasn't possible to include the play area because of that existing SUDS and biodiversity area. And again, across the site. And looking up again through to Cedars, and then commercial units at the top of the photograph. And then just we're at the top of the site. And then to go back to the site layout. So just to confirm, there was existing consent on 3C for 68 units and 3D for 48 units. So the proposal is an additional 25. This does take the density to 40.3 dwellings per hectare, but this does comply with CS9, which requires a density of at least 30 dwellings per hectare and at least 40 dwellings per hectare in sustainable locations in towns, which would suggest this being Stowmarket, in the town, in a sustainable location, would be acceptable in that regard for CS9. To achieve the additional dwellings, the proposal reduces the number of larger properties compared to the extant consents and proposes more smaller properties. So to confirm, this is an additional 4 one-bedrooms, an additional 13 two-bedrooms, and that includes 2 bungalows, and an additional 18 three-beds, whilst we're reducing the number of 4 beds by 10. So as per the deferral, the plans have been amended to include a play area. It couldn't be in the central area due to the SUDS and existing ecological corridor for biodiversity. However, on discussion with SCC Floods, the area to the south, in here, could be used without affecting the SUDS scheme, and I can confirm that still provides a scheme in accordance with SUDS requirements and has been agreed by SCC Floods. Public realm were also included in the design of the proposal and have no objection. Overall, the proposal is considered to be acceptable in principle, following on from the extant consents. It is for an additional 25 units, and it does increase the density, but also the number of smaller units. The density is acceptable with regards to CS9, and the proposal has been amended to provide an equipped area for play as requested, and a condition is proposed to secure the implementation of that. Overall, the proposal is considered to be acceptable with regards to the additional units and density, and not to result in harm, such that subject to 106 and conditions as set out on page 41 and 42, the recommendation is for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. Hands up facility. Do any members have any questions for the planning officer? No, I can't see that we do. Right, then we'll move on. We don't have a representative from the Town Council, an objector or supporter. So I'll now ask the agent and the applicant to speak, and we have Laura Dudley-Smith and Alex Zaworski for 3 minutes to be shared. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll just confirm. So Alex Zaworski, representative of Bellway Homes, will be available to answer the questions, any questions at the end. But in terms of the 3 minutes, I'll be dealing with that myself.
Thank you.
Good morning, members. Oh, good afternoon, members. Thank you for allowing us to participate in today's meeting. My name is Laura Dudley-Smith, and I'm speaking this afternoon from Stratham Parker, planning consultants acting on behalf of Bellway Homes. As you'll recall, this application was recently considered by yourselves at your last committee meeting on the 3rd of March. A determination on the application was deferred, however, for the consideration of whether there was an opportunity to provide a play area on the site. Bellway Homes have taken these comments on board and reviewed options carefully with the project team. As a result, a space has been identified on parcel 3C on the southern boundary of the site. Through some redesigning of this area, the space has been made large enough to accommodate a toddler and young children's play area, which will be suitable for this location amidst residential development. Its relationship with the proposed new homes is in accordance with national guidelines for features of this scale and nature. The specific equipment has been selected following liaison with Baber Mid-Suffolk Council's Public Realm team, Suffolk County SUDS and the planning officer. The intention has been to provide a play area that has a natural visual appearance, but which also offers equipment that will be well used and thus provide a worthwhile feature to supplement the larger scale offerings already available nearby. A swing and a slide are therefore provided, along with some more organic features such as play boulders and balancing logs to encourage informal play and enjoyment also. As a SUDS feature, the space previously served two purposes. One was to accommodate filter drains and the other was as a bioretention feature. The filter drains have been rerouted slightly to ensure that they can still run under this area, and the bioretention feature was access to requirements previously, simply making use of this space above the drains to enhance the sustainable drainage system. As such, Suffolk County Council SUDS team posed no objection to the use of this space as a play area instead. The area will include a picnic bench and grass amenity space and shall be enclosed with hedging and railings to ensure the safety of the young children using it. A number of parking spaces have also been relocated to minimise car movements within the immediate vicinity. As previously discussed, we hope that this new application for development, previously approved on parcels 3C and 3D, will allow for the delivery of a scheme which better suits local housing demand and current market conditions. In turn, this will also offer an increased provision of affordable homes, Section 106 contributions and SIL funds. We trust that the inclusion of this play area, which exceeds local policy requirements in the interests of satisfying specific local circumstances and associated concerns, will therefore now allow you to support this application in line with your officer's recommendation. Thank you for your time. Myself and Bellway Homes are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much indeed. Hands up facility, do any members have any questions, please? I can't see any. So thank you very much indeed. We now move on to the ward members, and Councillor Carter, would you like to go first?
Thank you. It means I can't copy off my colleague this time round, doesn't it?
Well, it gives you the opportunity to get the glory, doesn't it?
Certainly. Oh, I'm quite resigned to the fact that this is going to go ahead after the last meeting, and I have to admit, I do quite like this application. I like the reduction in houses. I like the having fewer, more 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom properties and fewer larger ones. I do quite love the play area, which is it's a nice play area. It's a shame we can't do the whole development as one big play area and reduce properties down to one, which I'd much appreciate, but I can see that's not going to happen. But other than that, it's been well worked out. The applicant has been very agreeable and very helpful with making the changes. I'd love to say we've made progress with the crossing, which my colleague may have done, but I've heard nothing back from
our county councillor. Other than that, yeah, it's a reasonably sustainable location despite the lack of links. It's a good development with regards with housing. It'd be lovely if they were all sustainably built. Well, they are, but more so. It'd be lovely if that was there, but it's not going to happen. So yeah, I've got no further objections than what I raised last time, which basically we realised what the deferral was for. So thank you. I will let my colleague hopefully make more sense than I've just made.
Would you like questions now or wait until Councillor Muller has spoken?
I'll wait until Councillor Muller has spoken.
Thank you very much. In that case, just keep your camera. Well, Councillor Muller, would you like to make your statement and then we can ask members for questions if at all? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, first of all, I would like to thank Bellway Homes for the excellent play area they're now recommending for this particular site. I think it's one of the best I've actually seen for a small play area on the whole of Cedars Park estate. So well done for that. Following the previous meeting, I did get in contact with our county councillor. My main concern with traffic was really associated with site 3D and the little roundabout. That particular area is incredibly busy, and a child was knocked down 18 months ago outside McDonald's on the main road there. But Highways have informed the county council they are satisfied that road is safe. So not being an expert on highways myself, I would have to go along with their recommendations. I totally agree with what Councillor Carter has said. I welcome the smaller size homes. I think we need more starter homes. The site has got a cycle/footpath right around it, and Cedars Park, as many members will know, has got extremely good cycle and footpath throughout the estate. Therefore, I am more than happy to would recommend that members approve this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Muller. Just as a point, I think we debated it the last time. Unfortunately, I'm grateful for both councillors to approach highways, but probably when further developments come perhaps on the other side of the road, there might be more funding available to look for crossing arrangements. But at the moment, if it's deemed safe, unfortunately, who are we to argue? And of course, that comes outside this planning application. So can I ask if members have any questions for our ward members, please, if you'd like to use the hands up facility? No? Can't see any? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. So we now
I will try turning my camera off, but my finger's stuck, so I'm sorry about this.
Don't worry. Thank you. So we will now move on to debate. If we can, in the first instance, go round in alphabetical order, and I'll start with Councillor Gould. Would you like to make a comment, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like this application when we considered it previously, particularly with regard to the provision of more smaller starter homes. These are much needed, and I was very pleased to see them. I think the scheme is a very good one, and I'm delighted about the very positive response in terms of the provision of a play area, which, as has just been said, looks very, very attractive. Having lived a sheltered life, I hadn't come across the concept of a play boulder before, and I was wondering what that was like. But having seen the photo, I wouldn't mind a go myself there. I think this is a very welcome response to our request for consideration of play area, and I would be happy to support the approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. I think there's an age restriction on the play area. Can we now move on to Councillor Humphreys, please?
Madam Chair, hopefully I'm on. Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I was happy in principle the last time this came towards us, and I'm now really pleased that the developer and the officers have managed to come up with a compromise that provides that play area, which was the sticking point last time, if I remember. So it's great. It's a sustainable area. It's been a long time coming. We wanted this area developing in Stowmarket for quite some time now. It's sustainable in the fact that you can walk or cycle into town. You're close to a large supermarket and eateries, local businesses on the 2 industrial estates that are very close to it, and of course with the Gateway 14 that's emerging. And of course you've got good access to the A14, which is just literally around the corner. I've got no issues with this whatsoever, and it will get my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And now we come to Councillor Mellon, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, there's some positive things here from the last scheme that we looked at. I like the play area. Not so keen on the triple parking, and I think the density is also problematic to a certain extent. This site has good connectivity in some ways, the cycle path, footpath. In other ways, it's not so great. You've got to cross Gun Cotton Way to access Tesco's, and I hope that some sort of crossing will eventually be provided. Perhaps if the county councillor for that area was engaged at some point in the future, it will happen. My main concern really is about traffic, and having been up this area when the queues form for Costa and McDonald's. I mean, it does get pretty horrendous there, and I'm sure this new development will only exacerbate the problems. But I don't see a kind of policy reason to sort of stand against this. But I have my concerns, and I'll listen to the debate as it goes on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Gemma, can we just clarify the triple parking? I thought we'd done away with that.
Sorry, just having trouble unmuting. So the only triple parking is where the third space is in excess of standards. So we could cut that extra space off and they would still be in compliance. So having it as extra over and above their standard is why that's considered acceptable.
OK, I'll let members consider that then. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it was on the last one anyway, wasn't it? And so we didn't use it as a review.
Yes, there hasn't been any change to that.
No, right. OK.
I'm just trying to clarify because I was aware it came up last time.
Yeah, I thought it did. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Mayer, your comments, please.
Thanks, Chair. I wasn't part of the committee that heard this the first time round, so I've come to this afresh, and I think it looks a reasonable development. The play area is obviously a very positive addition. The reduction in the 4-bedroom houses, I think, is positive. One, perhaps, plea, we have electrical charging points, but only if you have a parking space on your plot. Well, people living in the apartment blocks will no doubt one day want an electric car. What do? So one day we'll get an application that comes in that provides access to that sort of facility to all residents, but that's really nitpicking. So I think it's a positive application, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Norris, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm very pleased, actually, that the developers have been agreeable to including a play area, which I thought was essential. I still have slight reservations about the traffic issues and a potential crossing or otherwise. But apart from that, as I say, I'm very pleased that we have some community facilities, namely the play area, and I will be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Norris. Councillor Stringer?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was part of the original deferral, and actually, good job we did, because for me, the play area here is not a positive addition. It's absolutely essential to make this anywhere near sustainable. I still have some reservations about the design somewhat, but it's bog standard for what we do these days. It could be more sustainable in its construction. But I don't think I could refuse on that basis. I do still have reservations about this its connectivity in terms of walking and cycling to cross that road. And this is where I'd just like to take slight issue with our council. The chair used the phrase, well, who are we to, go against the recommendation of the highways officer? Well, actually, that's our role, to double check this, to make sure this is indeed sustainable development. And this is where I think we actually should be inviting the county councillor along to our meetings to double check that the work of those officers, if there is any future plans to make these happen, so that we get a more rounded view in these. Having said that, I will be supporting the application very much on balance, and I also congratulate the developer on actually listening to what we've said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Councillor Stringer. Councillor Warboys.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think I could just really sort of go on from comments previously. It is good to see efficient use of land. You know, the housing density is just over 40 houses per hectare, but this is in lots of ways a sustainable location close to town. The types of housing is good. The increasing numbers of affordable and smaller houses, and it is supported by our statutory consultees. I do think that that the deferral and which has brought about the inclusion of a play area is a good step forward. I think it will perhaps cut down on sort of pressure to cross that very busy road. And again, I think there is still a need for a pedestrian crossing of some form there, and possibly some form of traffic controls. In the conditions attached to this, I would like to see a sort of inclusion of some sustainable and energy strategy, including the retrofit costs for properties on the development. From the last meeting, it was apparent that the gas main is there and gas central heating is the default position. But this is very soon. This will not be sort of possible, and so I couldn't really support it from that point of view. But overall, this is an improvement on the previous application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warboys. You're suggesting conditions. Are you suggesting the recommendation for approval then?
I think conditions for approval, yes. I'd certainly like to see a sustainability.
No, are you recommending approval? And if so, you wanted that added as a condition? And that's where I was coming from. It was that
yes,
you were...
that's exactly what I'd like to see. Yes, thank you.
So are you recommending approval? Yes.
I recommend approval with that condition. Yes.
Can we ask the officers before I go for a seconder whether that can be added?
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm a little unclear as to the nature of the condition. In the recommendation, we have a water, energy and resource efficiency measures as the sustainability officer in environmental health has recommends in our papers on page 41. What are we adding to that? I'm a little unclear.
I think it's the retrofitting costs with regards to achieving zero energy, net zero carbon emissions, particularly as it will be dependent on gas heating.
Right, okay. There are two aspects to this. First of all, we're dealing with financial contribution of some kind, which I would probably put more in towards a 106 bracket rather than a condition. Equally, though, for both the 106 and condition, that is an unknown amount. I don't know it would be reasonable. It wouldn't comply with the tests of reasonable tests or conditions as necessary potentially, but also how is that reasonable when we don't know what that sums might be? It would be an unnecessary burden and placed on the developer at this current stage, and I don't think I have the policy position to back that up.
Thank you for that, John. In which case, Councillor Warboys, do you want to withdraw your proposal? Or are you happy to still continue without that condition?
I think I'm happy to consider the proposal to accept.
Right, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much indeed. In which case, do I have a seconder to that, please? Yes, Councillor Norris.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'm very pleased to second that proposal for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, would anybody like to speak to the motion, please? I can't see any further hands up. In which case, then, can we just be clear? Again, it's a long discussion here. Or page 41 has quite a lot on there. John, do you want to just sort of briefly go to that? No, it isn't. We're going to the recommendation as laid out in the papers.
Thank you.
Councillor Warboys withdrew his additional condition after hearing your explanation.
Thank you. I was just a little unclear. Unfortunately, my Teams is acting up, and I've just realised
Everything's
others has cut out a little bit as well for other people. So, concerns me that
Have
it's.
you lost anybody? Has everybody been?
I think we've just lost the case officer potentially. Is Gemma still
Yeah,
there?
I am back now. It completely crashed.
Right.
Just
Oh, that's all right.
Councillor Norris asked his question, I think, so I missed that. But hopefully, no problems in my absence.
Yeah, so I was just conscious that I do hope that is not a degrading issue for all of us. Anyway, we'll carry on. So the recommendation is on page 41 of your report, 41 and 42. Obviously, this includes the provision of a Section 106 agreement obligation for affordable housing, early years, primary school transport contribution, management of the public open space, and that would include the extra space we now have put forward, travel plan contributions, mitigation for reptiles, and the removal of the implementation of the consents that have been approved previously, because they would still be in their implementation time period. They need to be removed. So we have that as the 106. That is on top of, obviously, this is also a CIL, community infrastructure levy site. So those provisions would also be coming forward. And then we have the conditions as per your papers. I'm not going to go through each one of those, but they are unchanged and as stated in your papers. And therefore, the recommendation going forward is one of approval.
So, Robert, if you can put that in our electronic voting, I'd be most grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That is all ready to go. So if members could please go to the modern.gov app and go to today's agenda. In the top right hand corner, the plus sign will open the subsection of voting/attendance. If you click on that and go to the voting tab, the vote will show in progress in a light blue colour. Thank you, Chair. All votes have now been received, so that is 7 votes for and 1 against, so the motion is carried.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, if everybody's happy to keep going, do you just want 5 minutes break and then we'll reconvene? And can someone advise Councillor Otten and the speakers for the next case? If everyone's happy with that.
Agreed, Chair.
Lovely. Just 5 minutes then, if we may, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone watching. Just to give an update, this is Robert Carmichael, the Governance Officer. We're just missing one of the Parish Council representatives to speak this afternoon, and we're trying to get hold of them, so the committee will restart at 1 o'clock whilst we try and get in touch with the representative. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our reconvened Development B Committee. We had taken an early lunch break, hoping for a member of the Parish Council for the last application to be able to join us, but unfortunately, despite everybody's best efforts, we haven't been able to raise him. And Councillor Otten is, of course, here as ward member. So, without further ado, can we start the presentation, which is for the erection of 3 numbered detached dwellings and associated parking, landscaping, utilising the public house access at Rattleston. So, John, if you'd like to present the case, please. Thank you very much.
Hello, sorry, I've just been disappeared for about 3 minutes because I've had to reset my whole computer. Can you just give me 1 minute? I don't know what's going on. I just had to reset the whole thing. 2 seconds. I've just got to pull all the PowerPoint back up again and everything that I had open. Oh, 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Right, that's that back. And
it might well be the case that we've got to re-log in again for the modern.gov when it comes to a voting system as well. It might have timed us out.
I've unfortunately I've just had some update. Wednesday morning is the update for the county, and it just forced a reset. Oh, right. Everything I had set up is just gone. Bear with me. I'll be there in 2 seconds. Right. Okay.
Thank you for everyone's forbearance.
Yes, my apologies. Right, let's put that back in there. Perfect, right, okay. So
can come down. I don't know who that is. Who's just the hand up? Andrew, it's you.
That's Councillor Mellon, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yes, Councillor Mellon, indeed.
Oh, apologies, Chair. I didn't realise that was still up.
That's right. I notice them 90% of the time, and then when they're not required, I find them. Yeah.
Chairman, my humble apologies for the IT. I'm ready to go now. Yes, my absolute apologies for that. Can you all see the PowerPoint? I'm hoping that's working.
Yep.
Great, thank you. So this is Felsham, the land to the rear of 6 Bells in Felsham. It's a planning application for 3 detached dwellings, associated parking, and utilising the existing public house access. This is to show you where Felsham is, and the site is essentially within the main bulk of the village. Going a little bit closer, 6 Bells is the Grade 2 listed property, and it's fairly central to the village. And we have a large amenity area, village green, to the left, and we have more historical properties that surround that area. We have to the north, primarily more recent post-war bungalows. We have a more modern housing estate, mostly 2-storey development to the right. This is mainly part of the conservation area along with all of this. This particular element over here is outside the conservation area, but beyond that is also then back in the conservation area. You'll see that in a moment if I go to the next slide. So in terms of constraints, the listed buildings, so there's clearly the site in terms of the orange hashed layout there. The listed buildings are those in orange and red. So in this case, we have Grade 2 orange listed buildings. That's not to say there's a lot of historical buildings in this area. These are fairly historic buildings along the edge here. And we also have in red the Grade 2 Star Church to the south. This is all within the settlement boundary of the village, which is this brown line here, and it's the site and immediate surroundings are within the conservation area as well. But there's no specific designation for the site beyond the conservation area and being within the settlement boundary. It is within the curtilage of the listed building as the pub. So the red line plan. This is the defined site. It includes part of the public house car park for technical reasons, which I'll come to later. And this is the proposed layout. But before we go into detail with this, I think we need to sort of step back and come back to that in a moment. And what we're going to do is start with this layout plan. This is an appeal decision layout plan. So an application was refused in 2011 for 2 dwellings, as shown on this plan, within the rear garden area of the public house. This went to appeal and it was dismissed. It was refused on 2 reasons. The first reason was essentially there is a historical wall that goes down. I presume you can all see my cursor. The wall goes down along the edge of the site, and this driveway to get to the 2 houses would effectively break through that historical wall. The other reason for the refusal was that the access was deemed to be poor in terms of visibility, and not least because of the way the junction works here. In terms of the appeal, only one of those reasons was upheld. Essentially, the retention of the historical wall. The inspector did not uphold the access issues and visibility issues. So essentially, we have an appeal decision that is a material consideration that establishes, as well as the settlement boundary as well, the principle of residential development within the garden of this listed building. Of course, from that decision, there has been a number of refusals, and primarily they have been centred around trying to find an access route through this wall and trying to justify whether or not this is actually a historical wall or not. This application, this time, has come from an alternative position. This position is that the wall remains untouched this time, and we share the access with the public house. Now, this, to allow to happen, will essentially take away 2 parking spaces at this point in terms of the practical nature of it, as you come in already to get to the rear car park of the public house. This is not as shown on site. We'll see the photos in a moment. What's on site at the moment is just actually a gravelled area. So theoretically, it's not marked out, but to demonstrate what could be achieved in parking terms, we have a marked out plan here, and this plan shows an expansion of the parking area to accommodate 4 parking spaces rather than the 2 that are replaced. But from the mitigation of the burden of development, we only need to secure the further 2 parking spaces, and that is in your recommendation. That is also why we have the extended red line plan to enable no real change to the parking area apart from the additional 2 spaces required. In terms of access, so the idea would be that we use the existing access to the public house. Now, the proposal did, up till very recently, include markings along the public highway, and these are the dashed lines on the plan before you. And of course, we've spent quite a lot of time in the officer report trying to demonstrate these markings within the photographs that are included in the officer report to sort of demonstrate the effect of these. However, there has been significant representation on the markings proposed. That includes a petition that was mentioned earlier of 183 signatures. And while I think there's been a degree of confusion on the point of markings, the point on the impact of the markings within the conservation area visually is understood. But skipping past that, essentially what we now have is those markings removed from the scheme. The Highways Authority have confirmed that they are not actually needed, and so they do not now form part of the proposal or your recommendation, and their impact on the character of the conservation area is therefore removed. So then we have the 3 plots proposed. So plot 1 is around is the first one you come to as you're coming up that driveway into the site. It's around 7.9 metres to the ridge, with a range of eaves heights around 2 to 5 metres high. It's also, the plot 1 is the only objection from your heritage team in terms of the barn style appearance, given the weatherboarding that is proposed. The dwelling does use weatherboarded timber to promote a more rural appearance, but it could be changed to brick or render. The design approach, though, is felt to have two main advantages over a traditional looking dwelling in this location. Firstly, the overlooking from any first floor windows. Now if I move on, any rear windows that would overlook existing properties are essentially removed. We have roof light windows, but nothing that would cause direct overlooking from an amenity point of view. It also allows the building to then have more windows on the side elevation as you're coming into the site, which I think is more an attractive welcome as you come to the site. The timber itself being black, there are glimpse views through existing properties within the village green and surroundings, and you will see this building at a distance. But seeing this building at a distance with weatherboarding that's black is considered to be less intrusive in material terms and colouring than perhaps a more domestic looking property. We then move on to plot 2. This property, again, relatively low for modern property at 7.6 metres to the ridge. It has more traditional elements to it, and it's certainly picked up on the design of the local flint in the area, and that's found on a number of buildings along the green, but also the pub itself. This is central to the sort of courtyard that's being created. And then finally we have plot 3. Again, 7.4 to the ridge, about 5 metres to the eaves height. This is Georgian Edwardian style property, and mindful again of potential of overlooking. It takes the historic idea of recessed blocked up windows as a feature, so you don't have the mass that's dominant is broken up, but you don't actually have the window that overlooks. We do have a tall landing window for the hallway. That is proposed to be obscurely glazed, as it's not necessary to be looking out of that, but otherwise its overlooking is dealt with accordingly. Now, I'm going to skip past the pictures there. I've actually got a number of photographs. Obviously, this is the pub. That's the public house with vendor and the flint detailing. That's a very dominant and intriguing feature as you come around that corner, and really attractive, actually. I do like it. And we have the entrance, the existing entrance to the public house there. And I've got various pictures just to show the corner, as you come round. And I'm just going to go inside, and we have the current gravelled car park at the moment. And just looking around that car park. And as we come back round the pub, and what we're going to do is I'm going to skip to Google Street View in a minute, because I think it's easier to put into context how you travel around this site. So this is, again, it's the village green at this point, to the west of the site. And I'm just looking back at the corner as you go round to where you go into the pub. Now, I'll come back to this. So this is probably a dangerous thing to do, but I'm going to skip past my PowerPoint and very quickly unshare and hopefully then share again our Google Street View, which is obviously mindful that it's a couple of years out of date, because I don't know when the last time a van went round to take pictures. So if you bear with me one moment, I'm hoping you can all now see a Google Street View image. Chairman, if you may just confirm you can see that.
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. So I'm at the point where you have the village hall, and as we travel, we've got the church, which is on the south side of the public house, and hopefully I'm travelling, and I'll try not to do too fast. So we travel in slowly. We have the church. We also have a village shop as well, just there. And as we come across, we come up to the church, and we have the Six Bells public house on the right hand side. I'm hoping it loads up reasonably well. So that's the entrance. And in terms of the questions around the deformity of the driveway, as you can see at this point, the road has essentially a natural lay-by that has been created over time out the front, compared to sort of the different widths further along. And if we just carry on and travel a little bit further around, you can see the corner as we then approach the village green. And if I just get to that point, you can see some of the historical buildings around the village green itself. And if I just quickly go back around, we can see the way around the corner and the church on the right.
John, can you go this way now and go back towards the pub, please?
I can carry on, yes. So I'm conscious that there's a delay in loading, so I'm not trying to go too fast, hopefully, as we travel back round, and we can see, I'll let that load up, the context of this direction, which would have been on the photos as well.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll leave it there and I'll switch back to the presentation if that's okay. Okay, lost that bit, hang on, baby, there you go, right. So, the proposal has needed to consider a significant planning and appeal history. It also has a number of considerations in terms of the location for residential amenity, an attractive historical location. The proposal, though, that has resulted from all of that is considered to be a very high quality scheme for 3 bespoke dwellings that have taken architectural cues from the local area and not just parachuted in. These create an attractive shared courtyard and space and share the existing unlimited access to the public house without, in our opinion, being detrimental to that. The recommendation, therefore, in conclusion, is for one of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Do members want to put their hands up for questions to the officer, please? Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Just looking at the plan of how these dwellings are pushed into this, can you show me what the route is for the cars to access the one at the back? How they access parking and stuff, and how many can do that? Thank you.
So this is actually a sort of effectively a way round a central feature, so you can get through to the back parking space there, and we have 2 parking spaces within the garage at that point. So that is the route through, and you can take it either way because it's a shared sort of open shared courtyard area, with the exception of the feature in the middle. Might help actually if I go back up to the illustration. That might possibly help more. I'll just quickly do that. Does that show the arrangement better? So you can go between.
If I may on this, yeah. What is the distance between now? Now you've got this picture, because these pictures are devilish. There's a gap between the house on the right and the house in the middle. Mm-hmm. That gap to me looks like at least half the length of a car, but yeah, it doesn't look like half the length of a car on the plan.
No, these are obviously 3D and they're not intended to be scaled off. But if I go back to the, hopefully go back to the layout, you can see that gap is actually an illusion of the picture. There wouldn't be a gap there to get through on the right hand side. The gap is actually on the left hand side, 3 meters or so across in order to get through. I can get a specific measurement if you need to, but I'd have to go away and come back to you on that because I can't do that and present at the same time.
Well, that's my point. The 3D maps are contrived. They're not real.
No.
And they may give a false impression. And I still
careful, Councillor Stringer.
Yeah. I have difficulty that you've demonstrated me how a car can get in and out of that parking space.
Well,
as I say, that's debate. So shall we debate that and call him back again, Councillor Stringer, if we can?
Yeah, just happy to let that sit there as a question.
With the spaces he's going to calculate for us. Yeah. Who else had their hands up to ask a question of the officer, please? I'm sure I saw someone else. No. Okay then. So we don't have any further questions for the officer. I do have one question, actually. Clearly, they've changed the route from the driveway. Just to refresh my memory, the previous one was 2 dwellings only, and now they've put 3 in. Is that confirmed?
Yes, the previous application, sorry, the appeal application was for two dwellings, slightly different configuration, but and then this is for 3. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we now move on. We haven't got the parish council, but Councillor Otten, did you get any paperwork to read out?
Not, Chairman.
I'm sorry about that. Well, we've tried very hard, and I'm sure the parish would have liked to have seen their representation, but obviously difficulties happen during these difficult times, and obviously it's quite a serious thing that they had to attend to. So do we now have an objector, Mr. Nicholas Panyai? You have 3 minutes to address the committee, if you would, please. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm just unmuting myself. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, I can. Go for it.
Right. Oh, just I've gone down now. Oh, my computer's just switched off. Bear with me.
Do you want to just turn your video off, and your voice might come through a bit easier for you for your internet connections? Might that help you?
I'll just try.
We can still hear you, so that sounds quite good.
Yeah, unfortunately, the presentation I've got is on a separate computer, which has just decided to die on me.
Well, we don't actually allow presentations as such in the visual.
No.
Oh, you mean your written one that you need to speak on? I do beg your pardon.
Yes.
I see. Must be the atmospherics today causing complete chaos with internet connections.
Right, well, it's just rebooting now. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. It's just one of those things, isn't it? And
unfortunately, I live in the village, which has got a very poor internet connection, so everything is liable to go down at any time.
Well, I'm sure if you have a word with your county councillor, she'll get on to that.
I think it's in the process of getting the broadband.
Very difficult, very difficult.
Chair, it's Councillor Mellon here.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm about to lose power. UK Power Networks are here. They're just going to turn it off briefly. Could I request a 5-minute recess?
Well,
much appreciated on my part.
Well, we seem to be doing that all the time. Councillor Mellon, yes, we'll go for it, but it will be 5 minutes only because there has been so many shortages today.
Yeah, sorry, apologies, but
Robert, do you want to just suspend the meeting for 5 minutes and we'll start again in 5 minutes and no longer? Thank you. Apologies for that delay, but we're all back again, and so we can reconvene. I've almost forgotten where we are. Oh yes, if you would then, Mr. Penai, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll try and keep the video not working so that the speech can be heard better.
Excellent, thank you.
The National Planning Policy Framework and Development Plan policies seek to ensure that new developments make a positive contribution to the local character, along with sustaining and enhancing the significance of nearby heritage assets. And this is not achieved by this proposal, as the infill dwellings are within the immediate setting of the listed Six Bells pub and the wider setting of the church and nearby listed properties, and do not achieve any enhancement of the setting or make a positive contribution to the Felsham conservation area, and as such is contrary to T10, GP1, SB2, H13, H15, H16, HB1, HB2, HB8 and HB9 of the Mid Suffolk Local Plan, Policy C5 of the Mid Suffolk Core Strategy, Policies FC1 and FC.1.1 of the Mid Suffolk Focus Review and the National Planning Policy Framework, and should therefore be refused. With regards to the road safety, there was a meeting on the 18th of March, organised and chaired by Joe Churchill MP, with Mr Mattia from Highways, Mr Pateman G from Planning, Councillor Otten and myself, to discuss the increased risk of collision by using the pub's access as a route to the development, and the proposal to narrow the road by placing road markings in front of the pub and the pub opposite in order to improve visibility displays. During the meeting, Joe Churchill asked Mr Mattia if the proposed road markings were not there, would Highways allow the access to be used for the development, to which Mr Mattia answered no, we would not. However, within 15 minutes of the meeting, Mr Mattia had agreed that the road markings were no longer required and that visible displays could be met without them, and an email was sent to planning as such. On all previous comments submitted by Highways, an email sent in representation to the petition regarding the road safety, Highways have constantly stated that the pub access is substandard for the intensification of use from the development and is set back from the road with poor visibility displays which do not meet minimum requirements. Why suddenly has this changed? And as the street view that Mr Pateman was showing us, as you come down from the upper green, the entrance to the pub is so far back that you cannot even see it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Do members have questions for Mr Penai, please? I can't. Yes, Councillor Mellon. Mayor, sorry, Councillor Mayor. Sorry, I couldn't see who it was. Councillor Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Have there been any accidents with vehicles leaving the pub in recent years?
Not to my knowledge, no. There's been plenty of near misses, no. I personally have had an accident just along there, but that was more than 5 years ago with an ongoing car coming straight at me.
But you weren't coming out the pub at the time?
No, I was travelling just in front of the pub where cars are normally parked.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any further questions? I can't see any. Thank you very much indeed. So we don't have a supporter, and I'll now have the applicant to speak, Jeremy Heppel. You have 3 minutes if you would, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. I'm representing the applicant's Cordage Group, who are a family-owned and operated real estate company. As your planning officer has summarised, the property has a planning history which establishes clearly that the development of the site for residential purposes is acceptable as a matter of principle. And indeed, the officer concludes that proposals represent a very high quality scheme for 3 bespoke dwellings, something we fully concur with. We know that the property is located in the cursage of a Grade 2 listed building and within Felsham Conservation Area, which has guided the design process and resulted in 3 extremely high quality residential properties, in our opinion, located some distance from the public house to minimise any impact on it. The Council's planning officer, in considering the impacts of the proposals on heritage assets, is happy that the public benefits of the scheme outweigh any perceived harm on heritage assets. The proposals are of an extremely high quality and we believe contribute to the creation of a sense of place. The proposals will also have a material benefit to the longer term viability of the public house by virtue of the capital receipt for the sale of the development site being invested back into the public house.
Is now exiting.
I'd like to touch briefly on the question of the white lining, as it's obviously been raised a number of times. The white lining was intended as an enhancement of the existing access arrangements, but as we understand, the existing position is that it is a safe access through length of safe usage and through the speeds of traffic through the village. And on that basis, and in conjunction with our own highway engineer, I'm happy to confirm that my clients are willing to omit the white lining if that is the will of planning committee and that is how you'd like to see the scheme developed. So I'm very happy to confirm that point. And just very briefly, in response to Councillor Stringer's point, we have tracked every parking space in the scheme, both for the pub and the proposed houses, and it is possible quite easy to drive a car in and out of all the spaces. So to conclude, the applicant is content that the proposals are fully compliant with the relevant local and national planning policies and achieve sustainable development in line with the NPPF. We therefore trust that councils will follow the advice of its experts and grant planning permission this afternoon. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions, but otherwise, thank you very much for your time.
We have questions going up. I think I see Councillor Stringer first, and then if Robert, you can help me, if I can only see Councillor Stringer at the moment.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to reiterate about the parking. So the more modern barn-like dwelling, if I'm parked, there's 2 car parking spaces side by side. There are 2 cars parked there. If I'm jumped into the car that's nearest the house, what is my route out of the development?
Are we able to bring the plans up on screen?
I will try. One moment.
Thank you, Jim.
So we're talking about, so you got, if I may just quickly, the gap between these two, by the way, is a lot more than I thought it was. So it's 4.5 metres, just to confirm that, because I've just measured it off the plan. In terms of plot 1, these are the 2 garages and parking spaces. Correct. So you would effectively reverse and then go out that way.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that. That's very helpful, John. Thank you.
So okay, the other end, how would you then get into it?
I would imagine you'd come in, go around, and then go back in that way.
Okay, thank you.
Although that said, I would imagine that's possible to do that as well.
I think that is possible, John. I believe that is possible.
Yes. I wouldn't usually, just as some members may have been aware, Councillor Mellon, I believe, left his phone call, but I believe he's back again. Can we just confirm that Councillor Mellon is back and did not miss anything?
Sorry, I am back and I didn't miss anything. I switched my phone off once I was back in on Teams.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Councillor. Just wanted to confirm that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would also like to have a question, please? I saw several hands up and now they seem to have gone again. Are there any further questions? No, I just have a question. Although the entrance has altered, can you advise why it's gone to 3 dwellings as opposed to the original 2?
We simply took a view that in design terms and in spatial terms, it was a large site and easily able to accommodate 3 dwellings. I mean, the fact that it had 2 applied for, 10 years ago is one option in design terms. We think we've come up with actually something better with a real sense of place around it. I think it's a really nice scheme for 3 houses and we're very content that it works on the site.
Thank you. So if there's no more questions, thank you very much. If you'd like to turn off your video and turn the sound down and listen to the rest of the debate with us. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Otten, can we now hear from your good self, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Has already been said, I've asked for this application to be considered. As you've seen, this is a long history of applications refused by this council and an appeal. I believe the council would be at odds with national policy guidance and its own planning policies. I'm going to quote HB1, H13, HB2 on design and residential amenity. Nowhere in the draft local plan has this site been designated as a potential development site. I believe the application is squeezing in 3 large dwellings. Despite what the Heritage Officer states that there will be little significant impact on 3 Grade 2 listed buildings plus the church, but in fact has commented that the design of one of the proposed dwellings is out of character with the surrounding conservation area. And the conservation area, I would remind members, is a Category 4. Much has been done to preserve that character. He has also asked for clarification of the red line, which appears to include a section of the curtilage of, I believe, the what is classified as a historic wall, I believe is actually listed. And it was this wall that the previous applications achieved to protect. The size and scale are out of all proportion to the majority of homes in the location, including small flint and rendered cottages. Under protect and retain natural features, the planning officer recommends conditions, and in my opinion, too many is still to be determined. And these include ecology conditions, something I am very disturbed about, as we know only too well that things get cut down and removed and subsequent action difficult to reverse. And it is very significant that the ecologist still retains a holding objection. In the letter dated the 2nd of December 2020, states that there would be a need for the removal of some trees to enable access, but we have no details, and there is no sufficient information on designated sites and legally protected species. What is not obvious in this application loses an area of open space, which has been a public amenity. And this council has only last week agreed to protect green open spaces. So to now allow building on a well-used green space will be completely at odds with the council's commitment to retain green open spaces for public use. And the MPPF clearly states that new development should be ruled out and to guard against the loss of valuable community facilities, which puts this application, if approved, certainly would put the pub at risk. The issue of road safety is where we and the local community are totally at odds with Suffolk County highways. The local community has been, as has been said, invited MP Jo Churchill to visit the site, and she too has shown concern at the overall impact of this on the nature of the village. So, excuse me, I am therefore confused and shocked that we now are being told by the very late paper that there is no need to extend the highway. The access onto Church Road is notoriously difficult and dangerous. The proximity to the Blind Bend, Upper Green and Berry Road means that drivers need to pull out into the centre of the road to achieve adequate visibility before entering Church Road. To suggest extending the road line further onto the highway would surely make this even more dangerous, thus narrowing the highway. But now we're being told that that is not needed. However, either way, with the successful community shop on Church Road, cars, the school bus and delivery vehicles needing to park, thereby any traffic coming from Lower Green is forced to overtake any stationary vehicles, pulling into the centre of the road, thus facing head-on any coming from the opposite direction. To extend the highway by several metres, just to give a visibility display at the cost of safety of other road users, including pedestrians and those homeowners of the adjoining cottages where there is no footpath on that side of the road, is inexcusable. But to retain the existing is just as dangerous. So I fail to understand the logic and can only conclude that there is not a safe access at this site. Any traffic survey in the past year has obviously been unrealistic and in the future would be completely different. I also believe that this development would be detrimental to the viability of Six Bells. How on earth will they be able to carry on a successful business with years of construction movements in and out of the pub car park? That's apart from the safety aspect for pedestrians, customers and staff. And I urge the committee to reject this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Otten. That was very clear. Can I have members who wish to make any further questions? Councillor Humphreys, thank you.
Oops, you. Just a couple of questions, and I've got a general question, which I don't know if Councillor Otten would be able to answer or would be an officer, but I'll come to that at the end if I may.
Sure.
The first question is, I'm pretty sure that when the council voted on the public space, that it meant public space. This is a pub car park and pub back garden, so therefore it's not public. That's the first point. And also, I believe all we said was that we'd try and provide public space or green areas for people within 300 metres of where they live. And I think they've got that with the churchyard and the open countryside very close by. So that's just a question. Do you agree with that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Okay.
This part has actually been used by the community for various events. That has been used as a public open space.
Thank you, but it's not. It actually belongs to the pub, so therefore it's commercial, which is used by the public who are actually.
Can we not debate it? Councillor Otten's answered
cool, thank you.
Question.
Okay. Second question. Would you not also agree with me that whether development is developed or not, that access will still be used regularly by many vehicles accessing the pub?
They will be used by and has been used by the pub, but not to the extent of having an extra at least 6 vehicles constantly moving in and out to the development, and obviously taking up space from the pub car park.
Thank you. And the final question, which I think you might need the help from an officer, if I may, Chair, and that is, you talked about the viability of the business and it affecting the business. Is it not true that the land belongs to the pub landlords, which I guess, trying to look for a sign, probably Green King, and it's those people that sell in the ground? Is that correct?
No. Thank you.
Maybe an officer could help.
Certainly not Green King.
Okay. Does it belong to the pub?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Can we have clarity on that, because it is important, please?
Yeah.
I believe it does belong to the pub, but I will just go back to the application form and just double check that if I may.
We'll show it on that form.
Thank you.
Land ownership.
Thank you. Yeah. That's an important thing, I think, and that's the end of my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Does anyone else have any further questions for Councillor Otten? There is a hand up, but I can't see who it is.
It's me, Chair, Councillor Millen.
Yes, please, if you'd like to ask Councillor Otten the question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, this application sort of hinges on the access and visibility. Is it typical for when the car park is full at the pub for cars to park on that sort of lay-by that's been formed in front of the pub? And is that what happens, and how does that sort of affect the visibility?
Yeah, cars do park on there.
And how does that affect the visibility?
Well, it obviously means that any cars coming round from, as I say, from Upper Green at that bend there, need to pull over.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
I'm sorry, guests aren't allowed in this question area now, so I'm afraid you can't comment. Any further questions apart from somebody who was a guest? I'm sorry, if you'd like to take your hand down, please. Right. Councillor Stringer.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Just got a question, and it's about Penny may not be, Councillor may not be able to answer, but I'm sure the officers can. The bin collection area and cycle store. Is that inside the application site? Because I'm looking on page, looking at page 228, where it's shown, but then when I look at page 227, it appears to be outside or inside the red line, and I can't work out which one it is.
It's inside the red line. If I was to pull the plan up, the red line plan comes out slightly in order to. Essentially, they will share the same location for refuge that the pub currently uses now. So bins would be effectively right next to the bins that the pub would have, off on the left-hand side as you're going through the driveway. I can't share for a second that plan. Sorry, it's not allowing me to. And also, just in answer to the other question, I've got the ownership certificate served is on Hawthorne Leisure Limited.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes, that's just come to me. It's Hawthorne Leisure that own the pub.
Well, that's the entirety of the red line. So that's all of those who own the pub also own all the land in question. So that's one owner.
Thank you for that. Councillor Stringer, have you finished asking your question? Your hand's still up.
Well, yeah, Chair, if I may just come back on that, it's quite important because the bin area shows a footpath in front of it on page 228. If I then go to 227 and I'm being told it's inside the red line, I'm struggling to find a driveway between the pub and the bin store. So if someone could help me, because I just can't see the space. I'm sorry, it's not on the plan.
Right, sorry, I think it's working. Oh, for crying out loud. This just keeps flicking from one to the other. So if I was to, can you see this proposed plan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you see the little markings there? That's in terms of the sort of presentation area for bins. Bins would obviously be in back gardens otherwise, but they'd be presented there. If I switch then to the red line plan, it's essentially within that area there.
And so where's the path then? It's that little nick beside it.
So you, hang on. Can I zoom in? Might be better if I zoom in.
Oh yes, there is a little footpath there, Councillor Stringer.
Yeah.
Does that make it clearer?
I still can't. I'll
Bin
believe
store,
you.
Then there's a path.
If you scale that and scale back to the red line area, it looks like it's narrow. See, that looks a lot narrower between the pub and the bins and that path than that does.
Okay, the best reference is that's the building.
Yeah.
The building there. And if I then switch over to that's the building there.
Okay.
So if I then, and then there's a gap, and essentially the bins are set back here. The path is that nick there that comes forward. So the bins are set back in within the red line. Does that help?
So that distance between that path where the nick is and that pub is the same on that map as it is on the colourful map.
No, you're right. There's an
looks
increase.
Totally different.
There is a difference, but of course that's an existing access anyway in terms of the pub. So you're right, that red line probably just needs slight adjustment in terms of it should line up across.
Well, I'm not sorry, Chair, we can't do anything outside of that red line. We can only look at what's inside that red line.
But there's no change outside of the red line. It's an existing use and existing access. So it would be covered anyway.
Ian, can you just assist us on that one, please?
Yeah. So if I understood correctly, the case officer is acknowledging that land in question is outside the red line, but saying there is an existing access in use there. Is that right?
So the there's no change proposed to that part.
No change proposed, right?
Apart from putting bins in that point, so the bin side of things is within the red line. So I would be satisfied if I was an officer dealing with it. Well, I'm an officer. If I would be satisfied in terms of the validation of that, would be correct. Yes. I admit, though, in clarity terms, it probably would have been more logical to make sure the red line just ran along the building. But given the ownership of this whole site, I'm not feeling that's a risk. But the only other thing we could ask members to do is, if they were to consider the recommendation, it would be subject to clarification of that, if you like.
Councillor Stringer, thank you for raising that issue. I think if we want to debate that further, we can always bring Ian back in for clarity should we struggle on it. Would you be happy with that arrangement?
Yeah, happy it's been answered, Chair.
Yeah, no, good. Thank you for bringing it up. Right, any further questions for Councillor Otten?
I would just say that in my statement, we did query exactly where the red line is. And in fact, in the statement from the Heritage Officer,
oh, yes, go on. Yes,
he queried that as well. Thank you.
Oh, you did. Right. I beg your pardon. Thank you very much. Right. OK, then. Thank you, Councillor Otten. We'll move on to the debate then. So if we open up the debate and ask Councillor Gould, if you're still with us, please, if you can give your thoughts on this particular site. Thank you.
Thank you. Still here in every sense, I hope. I've got mixed feelings about this application. My personal concern is one of the points made by Councillor Stringer, which is that the site seems very constrained. It seems very ambitious to push 3 large houses into such a small space. It's very difficult, both from the plan and from the 3D projections, to get a real sense about what this is like. But it seems very constrained. The other point, which is I totally accept, is one of personal taste, is that on such a constrained, what appears to be a constrained site, to see 3 different houses with no kind of sense of unity between them, and what I'll take the liberty of calling mock barn with mock Edwardian, and I'm not clear how one might describe the third house. It's just not to my taste, I suppose, which is far from being a relevant planning consideration, I accept. But when it comes to it, I don't see any real planning reason for objecting to this, but I'll listen with interest to what colleagues have to say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much. They're very interesting comments. Can we now move on to Councillor Humphreys, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm going to start with, I've made loads of notes, so I'm scrapping between paper here. So I'll move first of all to para 3.1, which is on page 178. It's important, really, because in terms of the appeals, there's been nothing to suggest the principle of development should be resisted and can be taken to support the principle of development. That's an important point that we shouldn't miss. Then we'll move to para 3.2 on page 179. The appeal demonstrated that the development of 2 dwellings was acceptable, including impact on the conservation area, character, trees, ecology, and loss of open space. The only reason for refusal was the proposed removal of part of the listed wall. This proposal doesn't affect the wall in the slightest. Although the last proposal was for 2 buildings or 2 dwellings, this is now 3. But having looked at the plan, in all honesty, in my perception of it, it looks like a well-planned development of 3 houses that would fit, has been proven to fit by the drawings, on that open space. So I've got no real problem with that at all. When it comes to the entrance and exit to the actual pub itself, well, that's well used, as Councillor Otten said. It's well used by people who visit the pub, going into the pub and coming out of the pub. What's the difference? We're talking about 3 houses. And she also said that this would be 6 vehicles constantly using. Well, that's not true, is it? They don't constantly drive their cars. They'll leave and go to work and they'll come back, just as people will leave the pub or visit the pub. There is no difference to the entrance whatsoever. This is just more vehicles using the same access that will never stop being used as long as the pub is open. I don't see the argument. I also looked at the street view, and thank you, Mr. Pateman G. That was really useful, because now I better understand it, because the actual entrance, I can move forward of the wall to see right and see left. And that's probably why highways haven't got an objection to this as well. So as far as I'm concerned, the access is the access. It's well used. It will be continue to be well used. And the extra houses make no difference whatsoever. That is the entrance. That is the exit. Nothing changes. We'll come on to the amenity of the actual, or the viability of the business. That's not for us to determine, in all fairness. And the landlords who own the pub, who own the land, have decided to sell that land for development. And that's fine, because they must have done a business viability check to ensure there was no effect on their business. In fact, it might improve it by 3 households. So I think that's a smoke and mirrors effect. There's no loss of public space. Let's confirm that, because this wasn't public open space. It belongs to the landlord. Therefore, it's commercial. And that's the way it is. I believe the distances from the church, and also the fact there's buildings, trees, etc. between the line shot of the buildings and the trees is fine as well. It doesn't have an effect on the church at all. It might benefit the church in many ways by having more parishioners. And as far as the pub goes, we've already seen that on the appeal, they didn't have an issue with the conservation side or the listed building for 2 houses. So the development, they've already agreed. There's no reason why we can't develop this site. I think I'm pretty much done, actually. I think I've covered most things. So just to summarise, this area is owned by the landlord who owns the pub. There's no effect on its business. It's an area that has already gone to review, and actually it came back that this is suitable for development and there are no conservation issues. And the access, well, it is the access. It always will be. Nothing's changed from last week or 6 months or a year ago when it was a very active pub. That's it from me. Thank you. And I will be supporting this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Humphreys. Can we have Councillor Mellon, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and apologies again for dropping out earlier. Yeah, there is a number of concerns with this application, and I do share Councillor Gould's concerns about the design of the scheme. That may not be a particular material consideration, but it does appear to be 3, distinct houses, whereas a sort of coherent design of 3 similar houses perhaps I think would have been better and more in keeping with the conservation area. There's going to be some removal of trees to get the access from the back of the car park into this new development, and I'm not sure I have enough details about that to be sure that that's appropriate. And then on page 183 of the bundle, it talks about vegetation to be cleared within the visibility display at the front, and I'm not sure that that is all within the red line, and in fact within the ownership of the applicant. So I'm not quite sure how that can be achieved. There is obviously a concern about coming out onto the road. Understand totally that the previous inspector on appeal thought that the access was fine, but that was for 2 homes, and now we have 3. So obviously there's an increased number of vehicles. I'm still in 2 minds about this, but I'll listen to the debate and make my mind up in due course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And so we'll now come on to Councillor Mayer for your comments, please. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Much of what I wanted to say has already been covered. The principle of development on this site has been established by appeal. The visibility displays, the access, I think that's almost a red herring in that the car park is smaller. So the number of residential cars, will that be more or less than the number of movements into out of the car park? Who knows? It might be slightly more, might be slightly less, but access really hasn't changed. So that doesn't concern me. So I've also looked and seen that previous applications, the issues raised have been addressed, and on page 180 the officer goes through and explains how the new application has addressed many of these issues. For me, the one concern I have is, as Councillor Otten put it, the number of houses squeezed onto the site. And even then, it's probably not the number of houses, it's the fact that it's 3 large houses squeezed onto a site. 3 large houses that seem to be out of keeping with other houses in the area. The gardens look incredibly small, and as Councillor Stringer has identified, backing up, turning around, getting in and out of your car parking space will be difficult. Why? Because I think too much has been squeezed onto this site. I would be much happier if it were 3 smaller houses, or indeed 2 large houses on the plot. My personal view is that I think this plot is in danger of being overdeveloped and will therefore have a negative impact on the houses around. So I'll listen to what else has been said from the other councillors, but I don't feel this application is yet good enough to get my support. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And now we have Councillor Norris, if you would, please.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, I also have some reservations. There still seems to me to be some questions about the safety of the access, which appears to be on a long bend. The site isn't in the draft local plan for development. And again, the size and mass and scale of the proposed dwellings that are squeezed into this site in relation to the surrounding buildings seems out of keeping. Insufficient information on the ecological impact has been mentioned. So at the moment, I'm not inclined to support this application, but I will listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norris. Councillor Stringer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think this one is one that sort of starts off looking fairly straightforward and ends up looking incredibly complicated. And I'll try and simplify it. I in its present state, cannot support this application for a variety of policy reasons. One of the policy reasons, the GP1, is the design of buildings should actually protect residents' amenities. And I'll come back to that in a minute. H15 says that we should respect local characteristics and enhance them. T9 also suggests, traffic policy suggests that the manoeuvring of cars should be safe and also respect that amenity. And for me, how contrived this application is to get those car parking spaces in there means that people are going to be driving in front of other people's houses all the time just to access their parking space, all because we're trying to cram so much into a courtyard development. Now, I'm not sure if courtyard developments are a local characteristic. I can't find many of them in the local area. So for me, I think this is all just trying to put too much into too little space without respecting enough of that local character. So I agree with Councillor Mayer that perhaps if one of these dwellings or 2 of these dwellings were smaller, it would just ease all of this. Or if they were just 2 larger dwellings, would probably be fine. But I think what we're trying to achieve here is something that will become unsustainable development if it's built like this, because the entire front of this development, as you approach it, is dominated by car movements. The whole thing is going to be a giant roundabout, and our policies clearly say that we should not have development that is dominated by the car. And frankly, this development, as drawn here, is going to do precisely that. So in this current form, Chair, I cannot support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we move on to Councillor Warboys, please, if you'd like to say your piece, please.
Yes, just get my... There we go. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I find myself in agreement with Councillor Mayers and Stringer. I put myself from the point of view of a future resident of this development, and having bought my 4-bedroomed house, find I'm sharing a very small plot with 2 more 4-bedroomed houses, and having to negotiate coming in and out of the house, not only my neighbours, but also sharing the driveway with a public house. I think it is very much a case of overdevelopment on this site. I went along with Councillor Humphrey's comments about there's a principle of development established there, and 2 dwellings have been mentioned with a shared access, but this is another dwelling too far, I think. Quite rightly, the village, the parish has put forward, the development is in the gardens of the pub, no direct road access in the heart of the village and its conservation area, surrounded by 14 existing properties. This development is quite out of scale with the majority of those properties. It would actually sort of, I think, be visible over the rooftops. And I think you have a loss of amenity to be considered on behalf of those residents. So I don't feel I can support this development in this form. The good design, paying a sort of homage to Georgian converted barns and a sort of vernacular flint and brick development. I think that I think there is scope here for some an interesting, a new design. Perhaps it should be sort of considered something more contemporary rather than sort of a pastiche of older buildings. So, thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Warboys. Well, I must admit, I've been listening to everybody and many of their comments I agree with from everybody that's said and spoken. We haven't yet got a Suffolk design guide, although that has been discussed recently and I was on the group that was discussing it. I did question earlier on that it was originally 2 properties and now we've got 3. The principle of development is there and we can't get away from that. The highways issues, I think my concern, not the only concern, my concern for that would be if there are children in these properties that want to walk to the shop and they would have to, in inverted commas, run the gauntlet down the exit with cars. I also think if there's children's play equipment, you have bicycles and sometimes a football and so on. 2 dwellings look rather good to me, and I don't buy the argument that the exit could not be used. I think for 2 dwellings it would be acceptable, but there is still that point about children walking down there. Is this overdevelopment of the site? That's the big question. So that's where I'm at the moment. So if we'd like to go round again and see what anybody would like to propose. Thank you. So do we want to start again at the top with Councillor Gould? Do you want to? Oh, Councillor Humphreys, you had your hand up. I beg your pardon. Councillor Humphreys.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was just going to jump in if you hadn't started. So I'm happy to go back to the alphabetical thing if you like. I'll put my hand down. Thank you.
Oh, right. OK, fair enough. Councillor Gould, do you want to sort of pass further now you've heard other comments from everybody else?
No, there seems to be a degree of, not among everyone, but there does seem to be a kind of common view emerging to this, but I've got nothing to add myself at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'd just like to go back to my point that 3.2 and 3.1 sort of cover it clearly that, this is a suitable area for development. The access point is the access point, it won't change and nothing changes. And I forget which councillor came on, but actually with the reduction in car parking space at the back of the pub, actually the numbers may be similar. It might be Councillor Mayor in quantity. So therefore, I don't see that there's an issue with that. I get your point about the children walking down the pathway. I live in a small cul-de-sac. It's not as pretty as the one that you see on the map in front of you, but we've got the same problems. But you know what? That's modern living. And I know it's not the best and the most ideal situation in the world, but it doesn't prevent development. It just means we need to be careful. As far as Councillor Stringer's point about vehicles dominating, that's a very strong word, isn't it? What does dominate mean? It means be the most important and conspicuous person or thing, have commanding position, or I don't understand the word. So we're not dominated by the car, because cars are used by people. They will always be used by people, whether it be electric, diesel or petrol, and people need to access their houses. And just like the cul-de-sac I live in right now, people actually do drive in front of other people's properties to access theirs. That's modern living. It is what it is, I'm afraid. We talked about the domineering effect of these buildings. I understand that these buildings are lower than the buildings that were originally going to be put up, and probably lower than the standard. And perhaps an officer could confirm that in a moment. I do get the point, however, on design. I think the domineering building is the barn. And if that barn could be rendered as a condition, I'd be much happier, to be honest with you. That's my only issue with this whole thing, is the barn. The Georgian looking houses, to me, look really good. I think it's a great setting for them as well. A third one similar to that would be fantastic. So change the barn, get rid of the black domineering effect. Good word, domineering in that respect, and basically render it. I've got no issue with this, and I'd find it really hard to find a reason for refusal, a legal reason, unless anybody knows better. I'd be very interested in the officers coming back to discuss heights, please. Thank you.
Yes, heights, and also if we did request render, does that have to be deferred to look at, or can we make that adjustment now? So Gemma, first of all, Gemma is the officer assisting me today. So if we could have that from you, please. I can see John's got his hand up, but I'm asking Gemma.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with potentially a notwithstanding the design condition would agree a scheme for rendering. So it would allow us to take that away, have a look at it, that as said, notwithstanding the current design, we would like to agree a scheme for rendering of the, I think we described it as the barn property. I'm sure we can put a plot number to that. I'm sure John will help me out with that plot number, but yes, I'd be content. Plot 1, thank you, John.
But are you suggesting it has to be deferred to do that, or are you suggesting we can do it now?
I was suggesting if members were minded to approve, I wouldn't have a problem doing that by condition, so that the condition would be, notwithstanding the detail on the plan, there shall be a scheme to render the barn at plot 1, and that we would agree that in future as a part of a discharge of condition.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Humphreys?
Madam Chair, yes. And if that was the case, I would be minded to move for approval.
Right, thank you very much indeed. And do I have a seconder to that proposal, please? Looking round. Well, I will second that proposal, as I can't see anyone else. So I will second that, because I think Councillor Stringer did say that that was sort of quite prominent. And I think if that were changed, that would improve the look of it. And also, when we looked round at some of the photographs coming in, there was, I don't know whether it was a church school or whatever, there was a nice big window, so that sort of sits comfortably in the area, as it were. So, yes, I'd be happy to second it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Sorry, my apologies. We didn't get the height confirmation from the officer.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I think it's 7 point something, isn't it? We did have that before, and perhaps John could help us on that, please.
So the plot heights are in your papers in terms of the proposal. I think you're referring to the previous two. The previous two were individually larger properties. I've got it here. Yeah, so they were similar heights in terms of they were 7.3, 7.5, but they were both large two-storey properties and with weatherboarding and render. Am I permitted to just mention a couple of things, if I may? I will say that designs come up here in terms of the uniformity of the three. The interesting thing with Felsham is actually there's a lot of differences. With all
John,
dwellings.
I don't think you should really be debating this.
I can't then. I will leave it there.
It is what it is. It was the height that Councillor Humphreys that was more interested with. I thought you gave us the heights earlier, or at some stage.
Yes. This is the problem of having a computer that isn't helpful today. Bear with me. I will just go back.
I'm sure we've discussed that before.
So the plot 1 is 7.9 to the ridge with eaves heights that range between 2.3 to 5.1 metres. Plot 2 is 7.6 metres to the ridge, again with eaves heights around about 5 metres. And then you've got plot 3, which is 7.4 metres with, again, eaves heights around about 5 metres.
Does that help you, Councillor Humphreys, from that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sort of supports my. This is fine for that particular area. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to talk to the recommendation, please? The proposal. Councillor Stringer, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to speak against the proposal, if I may.
You may do.
Yes, the clarification on height was really interesting. An average large house is 7.5 metres tall. That's the average these days. The tallest one here is 0.4 of a metre bigger than that, taller than that. So it's not within local characteristics or even current heights. It's taller than most others. This application, if approved, will not reflect local characteristics. It will be completely against H15. Felsham is not full of these courtyard developments. SB2 says that we need to protect the privacy and amenity of neighbouring properties. The neighbouring properties in the new build here will have, and I take Councillor Humphrey's point about he lives in a cul-de-sac, people drive past him, but they don't drive, he hasn't got a roundabout outside his house, which is what these houses have. Basically, they have a roundabout in front of their house, purely because they're trying to cram too much in to a too small a space. And if you're sitting in that house and you've constantly got your neighbours just driving past your front door, turning as they're doing it, that whole area at the front is dominated by traffic movements. It does nothing else. It just is a mini roundabout to get cars into a cramped, confined area. How on earth you'd walk through it, I don't know. You just got to make sure there's not a car there, then you'll be able to walk. But there'll be you can't put clear paths through because the thing is a roundabout, because we're trying to cram too much in. GP1 says proper provision should be made for parking and turning. And I think if you honestly look at how you would route cars in and out of the parking spaces in here, it isn't proper. You can do it on a good day, but it will affect residential amenity, because if I lived in a cul-de-sac of 3 houses, I wouldn't expect all 3 of them going round, whizzing round in circles in front of my house, just trying to enter and exit a parking space, because someone has designed this too cramped. So I'll be voting against this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Stringer. Who else would like to speak to the motion, please? Councillor Humphreys, did you want to speak again?
Madam Chair, yes, please. A bit of compromise, really. I get Councillor Stringer's point. So if there was a condition to remove the roundabout, would that not satisfy his concerns?
If I could come back, no, because it would be further dominated by the car movements. You wouldn't be able to get a car into the centre there easily. So that's not what we're faced with. We have what's in the plan, and the plan does not respect local characteristics or proper provision for car parking movements that wouldn't dominate this development.
Thank you, gentlemen. Who else would like to speak, or do we go to the vote on this now? Right, in that case, then may we go to the vote, and can we add the condition that Councillor Humphreys recommended that Gemma Walker agreed to, which was to render the current barn type property plot 1, I believe, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read out, because I've been in contact with my colleague, the area planning manager, regarding that point. So I'll just read out what I've put into modern.gov so that Councillor Humphreys and yourself as seconder can just agree that this is what will be voted on. That application DC 20-04572 be approved as detailed in the officer recommendation, with the additional condition as follows. Notwithstanding the proposed design of plot 1, a scheme to render that dwelling shall be agreed.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Humphreys?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you.
And so am I. Okay.
Thank you then, Chair. Well, I will now start the vote on that. So if members could please go to the modern.gov app and go to the plus sign in the top right hand corner. That will give you the subsection on voting and attendance. If you click on that, it will show the votes for today, and this one will appear in a light blue colour.
Madam Chair, if I may, my voting button isn't working, so I'll be voting for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So with that, with Councillor Humphrey's vote taken, I can confirm that that is 3 votes for and 5 votes against, so the motion is lost.
Thank you very much indeed. So can I, well done, Councillor Stringer, before I even ask the question.
Could I propose that we refuse this application on policies H15, T9, SP2 and GP1? And the reasonings behind that is H15, the development does not reflect local characteristics. GP1, there isn't proper provision for parking and manoeuvring. SP2, privacy and amenity of neighbouring properties, i.e. the other properties on this site. And T9 manoeuvring, and equally within GP1 there is residential amenity in there caused by the not proper provision for parking.
You mean loss of residential amenity?
Sorry, yeah, loss of residential.
Yeah, well that's what the policy is up to.
Thank you.
Fine. Thank you for that. Do I have a seconder to that, please? Councillor Warboys. Councillor Warboys, are you seconding that, please?
Sorry, talking to myself. Yes, I'm happy to support that.
Thank you for that. Yes. Yes. Oh, we are.
Just been trying to capture all of Councillor Stringer's points on that one. I'm not sure I have, so it might help if we could run back over those.
Well, I'm sure Councillor Stringer can, but I've got H15, T9, GP1 and SP2.
Well, perhaps if I share with where I had got to as based on the conversations and those policies, so that the proposal would, by reason of poor layout, design and scale, create a cramped and contrived overdevelopment of the site, which would be out of keeping with the character of the locality, and would be detrimental to the local distinctness of this part of Felsham, contrary to GP1 and H15. As a whole, this proposal represents a very poor design, dominated by parking that results in a detrimental impact. The functional arrangement of the layout is considered poor and fails to provide proper parking provision, contrary to local plan policy H15. But I think I probably hadn't captured the manoeuvring and amenity aspects.
Councillor Stringer, do you want to amplify on that? I've got it written down, but you can amplify it.
When you said it's poorly parking, it's the manoeuvring that's actually the greater issue than the parking itself, although that does create issues.
Super stuff. And sorry, trying to write a reason while we're here. So I've amended the second part. So as a whole, this proposal represents a very poor design dominated by parking that results in a detrimental impact. The functional arrangement of the layout is considered poor and fails to provide proper manoeuvring provision, and that's contrary to local plan policy H15 and T9. So is there more about SB2 that you would like?
Hang on, Gemma. It's that first part of that sentence. You said dominated by parking. It's dominated by parking and manoeuvring.
Yep, and manoeuvring.
And far be it from me to add something to this, but Councillor Stringer, did you want to add something regarding the red line area or something?
Well, I mean,
or is that irrelevant?
I think that would be up to someone else to look at. I mean, if this gets appealed, they can unpick what is actually in the application and what isn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I think I've revised that slightly. So if I can just run through that again, thank you for bearing with me on this one. There's a lot of different issues I think to capture, so just want to make sure I've caught them all for you satisfactorily. So the proposal would, by reason of the poor layout, design and scale, create a cramped and contrived overdevelopment of the site, which would be out of keeping with the character of the locality and would be detrimental to the local distinctiveness of this part of Felsham, contrary to local plan policies GP1 and H15. As a whole, this proposal represents a very poor design, dominated by parking and manoeuvring that results in a detrimental impact that would fail to protect the amenity of properties contrary to policy SB2. The functional arrangement of the layout is considered poor and fails to provide proper manoeuvring provision contrary to local plan policy H15 and T9.
You said that far better than I could.
And Councillor Warboys, as the seconder, you have your hand up. What would you like to say?
Yes, I think I'd like to pick up on something that you said, Councillor Guthrie, about the safety aspects with regards to children and whether that sort of lack of amenity as well should be considered in this poor design, that no provision is really made for young children.
Well, I think we're sort of well, you're entitled to say that, of course you are, and I did say that, yes. You'd have to ask Councillor Stringer if he wishes to add any amendments to it.
I think it almost goes along saying that there isn't proper parking, or manoeuvring safely. It is part of the T policies about manoeuvring. T9 does mention, I think, or was it GP1 mentions being able to walk in and out and safely as well. So there is an element to that, but it was the sheer domination of the whole design is about getting cars in and out, and little else can happen there. You can't even store a bin because they have to be stored up the road because it's so cramped. So
I think, so if I might interrupt there, Councillor Stringer, the highways have sort of not commented on safety, so I think you've captured everything in what you've already proposed. Would you agree?
I agree. I agree.
Right. Thank you.
I will go along with that too. Thank you.
Thank you, nonetheless. Thank you. Have we got that up as a voting?
Do you need the text, Rob?
Suggest, for the sake of ease, in this case, is if I ask, would it be appropriate to put into the recommendation for members to that the application be approved for the reasons as read out by the chief? Sorry, I've given you a promotion there, Gemma. I apologise.
Yeah, I'll be
by the area planning manager, and then they'll be added into the reasons on the website following this meeting. Would that be acceptable, Chair?
Well, it would for me, but would it for legal? Are they happy with that?
Hello, sorry, I'm here, Madam Chair. As long as members know what all members are quite satisfied, they know what they're voting for. Yes, it would be all right with me.
Thank you then. In that case, off we go.
Thank you. Whilst I'm just putting my final touches on that, could I just ask then, just for clarity, as Mr. Dupre has outlined, then just ask Gemma to read it out one final time so that we're all clear. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no, thanks, Rob. So I just did want to say so we're looking at refusal, not approval. I'm sure that was just a slip of the tongue. Just to make sure we get that correct on the vote, that'd be fantastic. So this is now a reason for refusal. So the reason would be the proposal would, by reason of poor layout, design and scale, create a cramped and contrived overdevelopment of the site, which would be out of keeping with the character of the locality and would be detrimental to the local distinctiveness of this part of Felsham, contrary to local plan policies GP1 and H15. As a whole, this proposal represents a very poor design, dominated by parking and manoeuvring that results in a detrimental impact that would fail to protect the amenity of properties, contrary to local plan policy SB2. The functional arrangement of the layout is considered poor and fails to provide proper manoeuvring provision, contrary to local plan policies H15 and T9.
Thank you, Gemma. With your permission, Chair, I will go and start the vote.
Yes, please, if you would. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So if members could please again go to the modern.gov app and go to today's agenda. In the top right hand corner you will see the plus sign. If you click on that, we'll open the subsection on voting/attendance. After clicking on the voting/attendance tab, you will see the votes for today, and the vote in progress will be shown in a light blue line about halfway down the page. Thank you, Chair. We've now received all votes for the vote, so it is by 5 votes to 3 the motion is carried.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much to everybody for their input today. I don't have any site visits planned. I haven't been informed of them, so I think I can now close the meeting and thank everybody and apologise for those that have got to whiz off to another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.